And now I'm the new Sean.
Hello.
That's right.
Hello.
Big old note.
Welcome. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
It's good to see
Hey,
you.
oh, we're live.
Hey, you know what's really exciting here? And we're going to start off with that, is that we have a guest player today. Now,
Ooh.
it's... So, Sean, I'd like you to introduce our guest player, please. If you could do that, Sean.
Yeah,
Sarah, you're
Sean. I remember that old guy, Sean. So, I mean, I'm confused on who the guest player is, but I believe isn't that Sarah? Isn't that Sarah this week? Is Sarah here?
Sarah.
I thought I was Sean 2.0.
You are,
Sarah.
I mean, both? You could be both. I like how well planned out this bit
Sarah?
was. Hey, Sarah,
That's great.
where can people find you on social media and Twitch and all that?
Oh man, you can find me in all the places at Sarah is Coffee. That's the only username I have everywhere. So yeah, it's Twitch, it's Twitter, it's Instagram, it's all the things. Oh, and TikTok. That's a thing.
That little app called...
That little old thing.
Yeah. Well, everybody, welcome and thank you, Sarah, for joining us. We are sad not to have Sean 1.0 here. We miss our baby boy. He is off living his best life, and we will have him back soon, because otherwise we will all spend the entire next session crying. But we are really excited to have the amazing, phenomenal, fantastical Sarah is Coffee here with us. So
I'm
thank
so
you.
excited.
We're going to get through a few quick announcements, and then we will get into the game proper. Starting with, hey guys, excuse me, did you know that Monday, which is like 2 days from now, we're going to drop another lore dump session? That's right, boom, boom, boom. Do you guys want a secret? You know what we're talking about? It's pretty good. We're talking about the seasons and holidays. It's
What?
pretty good.
Holiday episode.
Yeah,
I
like that.
It's good. It's fun. It's a good one.
I'm here for holiday
And we
episode.
got some special ones coming up. Looks around at no one in particular in this room. This is going to be exciting. So I'm not going to give that away. Guys, check out our Discord. Usually Sean does these, so I'm doing them. Check out our Discord. It's a great place. If you're a sub, you get access to that. There are people planning games. There are friend groups that are formed. There are watch parties going on. There is art and secrets and spoilers and sound bites and Bim's ringtones. It's a place to be. It's a good time. So go take a look at that. If you're a sub, you've got access. Check out our
We all
socials.
hang out there.
Yeah, it's a good plus. We actually do spend like a considerable amount of time. Check out our socials. All of the standard socials. You know how to find them. They're on our pages. And also check out our YouTube for VODs, because I know people always ask for VODs. We have a really full YouTube library with everything on it, one shots, all that jazz. So yeah, definitely take a look at it. Now, Adam, you have an announcement. Yeah,
I do have an announcement. So on November 14th, on a friend of the streams, this show is a Mimics channel, we are going to be doing a 24-hour charity live stream. For Doctors Without Borders, we are doing this. It's all D&D based. So if you enjoy one-shots, if you enjoy lore, if you enjoy anything that has to do with the TTRPG world, you will find something on this stream. And there are going to be people from the Welcome In and from many other channels across the internet all coming together to collaborate to raise money for a really awesome cause. And again, that is going to be on November 14th, starting at 10 a.m. and going till 10 a.m. the next day. It is going to be nuts, and I hope you guys show up. It'll be really fun.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, this October's charity for the Inn, which is still going on, that's in the month we're currently in, is the National Breast Cancer Foundation, the NBCF. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The NBCF was founded to fill in the gap of cancer care, ensuring every woman has access and information she needs to get through every step of her breast cancer journey. So please, consider donating. There's a big donate button below. Take a click over there. Take a look. Consider it, please. We'd love you for it. Thank you, Commune, for bringing that to us. He's a friend of and member of the Twee community who gave us that one as a one to consider. And we were happy to champion it. Big thank you to our partners, Soundtail, which brings us our amazing ambiance. Arcane Anthems for our intro songs. That Kitty's Butt for being here. and hanging out with us, and Rolaris Maps, who made this amazing and recently updated map of the Azure Sea. There are some extra locations on there, my friends. If you look closely, I will post a new one in the fan Discord at the end of the session for y'all. So thank you, Rolaris. We're also working on some other projects with Rolaris that hype. Holy buckets, is it gonna be cool. Thank you to our amazing mods, as always, and thank you to our sponsors, Skull Splitter Dice. Skull Splitter Dice are our amazing sponsors who have partnered with us to do all kinds of cool stuff. There is a link to their product page down below. Click on that Skull Splitter Dice logo. Take a look at their dice. It is amazing. As a part of Skull Splitter Dice, we do a giveaway with them, which will run during the break. And the winner of that giveaway for this month, for the month of October, gets a giant skull mug filled with approximately 100 dice. That's right, my friends. Don't miss that opportunity. Hang out for the break. We'll tell you how to get in on that. So please take a look at it. And thank you again, Skull Splitter. You guys are legends. And that name is just so metal. I am excited to say it every day. All right, Parker, you're up, my friend.
Hello, I'm here to talk about our schedule. So, we are here for Conundrum Company, and then our next stream will be Monday for Highlight Heroes at 7 p.m., where we are going to interview Pins, and we are going to watch them build and paint one of these babies, this little dice tower right here. Then we have continuing our spooky one-shots for October. On Friday at 7 p.m., we have Last Rites, run by iSnap Plastic, so that's super exciting. We'll be back for Conundrum Company at 6 p.m. next Saturday, and then our special Halloween-themed cosplay ground will be on the 25th, so Sunday the 25th at 6 p.m. If anybody likes Nightmare Before Christmas and loves Josh's DMing, check that one out. And I'm here to talk about merch. I don't have an example if anybody has theirs. I'm not at my normal place, but we have merch. You guys can check that out in our About section and check out our Redbubble store. It'll be super fun. And I think other than that, the only thing that I'm talking about is we talked about checking out our socials. If you check out our Instagram, there are the directions for our wonderful 8K, like on our way to 8K giveaway, where you guys can win a dice tray. So a handmade dice tray. It has a logo of the Welcome In, so you guys can win that. I think that's all.
That's this right here. I was late. Parker asked me to do this, and I failed. Good job.
It's okay.
Because I distracted you.
I was messaging Adam about very important things. I was asking him why he's so cool. So, all right, with that, guys. Yeah, with that, we are heading into our game proper. Now, last week, our party found themselves returning to Saltmarsh after a arduous trek up to Brule, a brutal combat with the corrupted Treant Wanderroot, and then a slog all the way back that left the party somewhat at odds with each other, certainly very stressed out, and still coming to terms with everything that has happened. They were back just a few hours when they reported straight into the Saltmarsh City Council, who kind of heard what they had to say and appreciated it, and began coordinating some information to go to the capital city, Neil Dra. They were handed a missive that was sealed with the sigil of the Crown of Keoland, the sideways profile lion head in gold on green, which was given to them and handed off, and their good friend Manistrad Copperlocks, the owner of the Copperlocks Mining Company, told them that she might have some work for them if they were interested. They returned to their island, dropped their things off, talked with a few folks, and took a look at the missives, which was a summons at their earliest convenience to make an appearance at court. The Crown has heard words of their epic deeds at the Black Isle and wanted to celebrate and honor the heroes, again at their earliest convenience. Upon returning to Manistrad, Manistrad told them that she had come across some work and needed somebody she could trust. She explained that they had unearthed some sort of strange relic in her mine to the north of town, and asked the party to help transport that relic at the behest of somebody in the court of Keoland all the way up to Neil Dra. which is located several weeks to the northwest and is quite the journey. The party considered it, but wanted to take a look at this relic. They traveled down the coast, entered the mine, and went deep, deep down below the surface, finding this subterranean Duragar vault blown open where this relic had been found. The relic itself had already been removed, brought to the surface. They inspected that, finding it to be somewhat frightening and ominous. Strange magical signatures coming off of it, and just some serious concern regarding what this throne is. They talked to some of the folks who discovered it, found out that the dwarven wizard who had discovered it had hopped into the chair and had been completely frozen in obsidian, then destroyed by several constructs that had been left below the vault to protect it. The party returned to their island, and Manistrad suggested that they might have an ally who could help them. They discussed their next options and elected to probably return to the vault, do a little more investigating before finally accepting the job. But before they could do that, the Fey court stepped through a tree on their island, and two of the Summer Court leaders, the Fey of the Flame Plane and the Ice Plane, kind of stepped forth and said, oh my god, I'm losing my train of thought, stepped forward and asked Morton to return to the Feywild with them. It was quite abrupt and sudden. The party wasn't sure what to do about it, but they elected to defer to Morton, who wished to go. And so Morton stepped through the tree, leaving his staff with Demi and the rest of the party. The party headed in for the night, got a good night's rest, and got a long rest. And you now find yourselves waking in the early morning light, a not too cold, somewhat balmy summer morning on your island abode on the Conundrum Isle.
Take out my retainer.
Your retainer?
7 out of 10.
Oh my gosh.
Oshi, I know I'm gonna change you back soon, but we are going on somewhere dangerous, and you're very good as a dragon at perceiving things. Would you mind staying in this form a little longer?
Not at all. It's my job to help you.
Okay.
And my pleasure.
I do promise that I will send you back. Don't worry.
I believe you.
And I'm gonna go down for breakfast, I assume.
He was kind of sticking his head out of his little house that you had constructed for him.
The whole house. Cool.
And now the hole was built for the pixie, but with the intent of understanding that a pseudo dragon could get through. But it is a bit of a wiggle for Ashi, like his hips kind of he has to squeeze out every time, just a tiny little bit. Yeah, it's adorable.
Boy.
Yes, it's very cute. But
I'm
he
here for
joins
this.
you on your shoulder, perched.
this.
That familiar tail with that little barbed hook kind of hanging down past your back.
I love it. Love it.
Oh man. Demi wakes up. She bought 8 hours, but she probably woke up every 2 to make sure the staff was still sitting there. She will walk over to her desk, fold her journal, put it up in the bag of holding, and then kind of stare at the staff. Can she put the staff in the bag of holding?
You can certainly try.
Can I try?
Peach will have spent the night sleeping outside of Demi's door.
That's not creepy at all.
They were listening for a sound of lightning, because that's what Morton said they might hear in the woods.
And
they are afraid for Demi.
So two questions here.
Mm-hmm.
How do you just pick up the staff and yeet it in there? Is that
She's gonna because it hangs on her hip. She wants to kind of just see if it'll go in there and make sure that she doesn't rip a hole in the bag. It should be fine. It's only 6 feet tall.
The entire universe turns inside. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it does fit.
Here we go.
And does seem to be fine as you close the bag.
Cool.
Button.
Staff of the Woodlands is tucked away.
It is tucked away, safe and sound in your bag of holding. Button. Were you just sleeping on the hard stone floor that is the natural floor of the lighthouse? Actually, on this floor it'd be wooden, but rough wooden.
Yeah, they'll have grabbed some of Morton's pillows.
Okay, with pillows and things like that, you're used to sleeping outside. Like, this isn't something that impacts you negatively. And you do get, a night's sleep in that, unless you intend to stay up all night. You did actually sleep through that, correct?
I feel like they went with the intention to listen all night, but their perception's very low, and they just fell asleep.
Beautiful. As you guys make your way downstairs, you can hear voices coming from the kitchen area to the left-hand side as you move your way down the hallway. And then I told him that he could shove it up his arse. He goes, "Oh, you did not? Really?" And you can hear Monostrad and Plum having a conversation.
Oh my god. Can I ask for a quick clarification? Did Demi see that Peach slept outside their door?
Did you? How did that go down? Peach, I tell you what. Peach,
You probably did.
roll a perception check for me.
8, 7.
You don't hear Demi coming to the door as Demi gets in.
Oh no! Okay, I think her door opens outward, so...
There is something heavy and grunting on the other side of your door.
Good morning. I get up.
What
Sorry.
are you doing? Why are you on the floor?
Hi. Where's
Please
Morton's
tell me
staff?
you don't do this every night. Please?
I don't every night.
Okay. What are you doing?
I was just listening. I thought
That
I was
does
listening.
not
I
make
fell
it better.
asleep. I'm sorry. Where's Morton's staff? Where is it?
In the bag of holding. In here.
Okay.
Because it's very large and I don't want to carry it everywhere. You may not sleep outside of a woman's door with the excuse to listen without asking.
I'm sorry.
That was rude.
Ophelia just comes walking down the stairs now.
Sleeps the floor down.
Oh, she's... Okay,
Oh, wow.
Dang it.
I was about to say, with holding, it's Oceanus is above me.
Yeah.
Oceanus comes walking down, you're right.
Honestly,
Great.
And sees Peach in
With
my
Sol.
doorway holding pillows.
yeah.
Good
This is not what it looks like.
morning. No,
Was
this
it-
is certainly
What does
not.
it look like?
Clearly.
This is it looked like you were sleeping outside my door, but it looks like you're leaving my room early in the morning.
Oh, that's great.
Oh.
I'm keeping that
No,
in the
Joel.
Yep. Just keep
Oh.
walking at that point.
No.
I didn't.
No, we don't have that kind of
I'll see
relationship.
you
I didn't
at
even
all.
know you were
I'm gonna
there.
get some breakfast. Bye. And Oceanus follows on.
Demi, I'm sorry.
Just ask. She's just walking
I
downstairs.
didn't want to bother you.
She's walking downstairs to breakfast.
Oceanus kind of leans into Zal and goes, Do you think they're a thing?
No.
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 Man.
Zal the gossiper. Nope.
10 out of 10.
I don't. I know for a fact they're not. So I'm like, no.
Oh,
I just honestly think probably, I don't know. Peach is very good at protecting people. Maybe somebody made a threat against Demi. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Peach could probably bisect any of us with one swing. So like,
yes.
I'm kind of fine with them sleeping in front of anybody's door because that means they are safe as anybody on this planet can be. So.
All right, well, sure, yes. Great.
Hmm?
And he looks a little more confident, uplifted at your affirmation as he follows you down. And you two hear Monostrad and Plum loudly conversing in the kitchen. Because Monostrad doesn't do anything quietly.
How did Monostrad? Okay, well.
She had your boat.
And-
She took it on the way.
I know, but I was like, how did she...
Technically, she flew home on an owl.
Oh, you're right.
She
That
flew
did
home-
happen. Man, I am all out on my facts today. You're right.
I don't know,
Other
like,
boats exist, though.
She
She could
claimed
easily
that
get
she
got-
it.
stole a boat
Oh, we have the only boat in existence.
Yeah,
There's
we made
one-
sure.
She got here. She got here.
We killed every other boat in existence. We were the only
Okay.
ones.
Well, there
But yeah,
we
just keep heading down. And then just, I guess, around the corner to this conversation.
Morning, Zal. From Plum.
Morning.
Hi, Zal. Morning.
What time do you go to sleep? Honestly.
Pretty late, and then I get up even earlier.
That was, okay. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Waking up? So did you, contact, friend, whoever was going to help us with the little...
Oh, they are ready to go.
Great.
So I can take you over to get them, if y'all are agreed, and I have a little more information for you.
Oh?
Just logistics, if you lot are agreed. But it's really dependent upon you. Did you talk last night, or what's the decision?
Yikes. You could ask me. Well. I mean, personally... Zal, this is in character, by the way. He's stuttering through.
This is magnificent.
Baby.
We should probably wait for the rest
Can
of them.
Demi be down there by now? I
Yeah,
want her
you guys
leaning in the
now-
doorway.
As Zal's like,
Oh, yep, there they are. And Zal just goes over and whatever is cooking, he's just gonna take some and just sit down and start.
Plum's got like some really fatty bacon and some
that's
like
perfect.
seared potatoes for like a vegetable option. It's just
Mom, this smells so good. Peach will go grab a plate and avoid eye contact with everyone.
all right. So, hello, good morning, all of you.
Morning.
I'm back. Miss me?
Yes?
Where's
Yeah.
Morton?
He walked
went-
through a vagina tree.
Well, okay. Yeah.
That's Josh, no. Well, maybe it is Monostrad. Monostrad was like, huh. All right.
It's Morton. Don't expect it to make any more sense than that.
So we're down. Right.
He'll get to us hopefully before too long. He's in the Feywild right now. It's Morton.
I'm going to do that thing where I gloss over what you say because it sounds absurd.
Smile and nod. Just, works better that way. You asking
In the
about our
short term.
plans?
Yeah. What have you lot decided? I've spoken to my contact. She's pretty much ready to go. You just got to swing by her place back in Saltmarsh, pick her up.
Oh.
And then you'll have to at least pick up the relic. I don't know what you want to do back at the mine. And then I do have at least someone for you to speak to when you get to Neildra. I don't think they're the person. I don't think they have any more information than I do, but they'll be waiting for you.
Do you have a name?
I need you lot to agree to this job, definitively.
I think we agree.
It's gonna look between the other two. Yes.
Zal is stuffing his face, trying to hide that he kind of forgot that they had to make a decision.
So, yes. Yes. Wonderful. I think we're doing that, and I think Morton was... You put a dangerous thing in front of us. I think at this point we think it's our responsibility to handle it, so here we
I'm
are.
sorry. I am, genuinely.
It's-
But
The
I
world
trust
does
you.
that. Okay, so yes. Contact in
Right.
Saltmarsh, then contact in...
So
Neildra.
you can't miss her place. It's on the north end of town, right on the shore. It's a little old boathouse, real cute. Listen for the sound of birds, lots of birds. You'll find it right away. Your contact in Neildra. His name is Gaxibold Gearhammer. Old Gaxi runs the riverfront. He's basically akin to the Dockmaster there. So you present him with this, and she hands you, and it's literally just a small card with the seal of Keolan printed on it, and he will know where to direct you from there.
All right. You're not coming with us to meet your friend, then?
No. I gotta stay here. I got work to do. Plus, I'm useless in a fight. I mean, tavern
We're
fight...
going to pick up your friend. Are we fighting them?
Oh, you mean... Oh, gotcha,
The one
gotcha.
in Saltmarsh. You
I mean,
gave me directions, like you weren't
yeah,
going to
I
introduce
could come
us.
with you lot if you want.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
That's preferable.
Yes.
All right. Hey, look. I know you think this thing is sketchy. I think you're right. Let's say you arrived a few days late.
Oh,
Gotcha.
right. We'll figure it out.
You needed to have somebody take a look at it. Just
Yeah.
be careful. Put a lot of eggs in your basket, so...
We've, and we've left our moral compass in the Feywild, so.
Oh, Warren.
Morton, yes.
Wait. Hey, you lot are good too. Don't... Never mind. I'm not going to argue with you. All right.
Thank you.
She kind of pushes this plate that is just covered in bacon and little bits of potato, like stains, like she's eaten most of it.
Mhm.
I'm ready to go when you lot are. How long will it take your ship to be ready?
That's a wonderful question. Was Oceanus in here, or
He's
did he
just
go to
been
the boat?
standing by the door, and he goes,
Perfect. That's a wonderful question.
"Oh, 30 minutes. See you there." And he
Thank
walks
you.
out.
It might take more than 30 minutes. We need to get a cannon from the basement,
Oh, right.
but not much longer.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Good shout.
Ugh.
All right, how are you going about retrieving this cannon? Do you have anything else you want to speak to Manistrad about before you do so?
I know who I'm calling to get the cannon.
Ghostbusters.
No, I'm calling my buddy Pigpen, the biggest of our ship.
It's true.
Oh!
Hey, Pig. So,
Hey, bud.
there's a cannon. We have a cannon in the basement that we kind of need to not be in the basement anymore. Could you help us out with that?
We have a basement.
What?
Don't worry about that.
Alright.
Do we have any sort of pulleys or harnesses or anything? Some sort of simple tool?
There's probably a way to make that off of the boat, but that's not a Pigpen question. That's an Oceanus question.
I don't
That
like
is true.
questions.
Sorry, Big Pen.
I know, Pig. It's fun.
No.
Oceanus, do we have something like that?
Yes. Give me 10 minutes. Hold on. And he stuck his head around the corner and then disappeared again back towards the ship.
All right. Pen, I need you to go with Oceanus and go help him. Just do whatever he says. We're gonna get we're gonna get a new cannon, so maybe we could train you on it. Possibly.
Cannon's good.
I said
Maybe
possibly.
Odophilia can help. She's really good.
There we go.
All right.
I want to insight check Pigpen on that one.
All right.
Hold on. I want to know.
So does
Okay.
Coach.
15 plus
Oh god, I can't see it so far away.
5, so slutty 20.
You're not certain the Pigpen knows everybody's names.
Okay.
My favorite.
That's the pretty one with the dark hair, Pigpen. The pretty one with the dark hair.
Got it. Yeah. All right. He stands there
All right,
for
see him.
30 seconds longer, looks at Zal.
See you on the ship, buddy.
Yeah. All right. And then he goes.
God, I love him. He's my favorite of our crew. Well, other than you guys. And Oceanus. And Odophilia. He's somewhere on the
Don't think
list.
about it too hard. It's hard to pick favorites.
Okay.
Peach will try and roll the cannon from its space because it has the wheels. Are they able to steer it up into that
Make an
room?
athletics check for me.
Do. It's too far away. 15 plus 7, 22.
Peach, it's child's play to you at this point. You've been moving cannons around the ship. Like,
I'm gonna roll it, and then I'm gonna like jump on it like a kid with a cart. Go whee!
against the wall, and there's lots of it. But it's set. You're good. You're golden. It's in position at the bottom of the ladder. Oceanus returns with Pigpen and a whole mess of rigging. And they jerry-rig... Let's see how successfully they jerry-rig a winch system to get it out of that.
Can I assist?
Can I help?
Can I help?
Absolutely.
Can I help?
We're doing it with advantage. Peach,
Great.
would you... well, okay, so this is going to be... Sorry, Sarah, you can't. This is going to be with... What kind of check is this going to be? Jesus. The jerry-rigging, we will make it... Zal! You're our bosun.
Oh yeah,
Shit.
you are.
You're making this
Every
roll
time
with
it's me.
advantage, and you are using your
Yeah.
carpenter's tools.
So what does that do? So what is this? What does that do?
You are setting up a rigging system to haul this cannon out of the trapdoor.
But what is the
So carpenter
Carpenter's
tools,
tools
did I say
do?
you're proficient with those? I believe I did.
I think you did.
So what you're going to do
Trained.
is you're going to add, we'll make it dexterity and your proficiency score. So, to that.
Cool. And you said yes, that is a questioning 20.
All right. That questioning 20, you do successfully create this sort of little winch system in the corner. You actually like get it fixed quite well to the ceiling using one of the huge wooden beams that runs along the corner there. And then there is this rope system that like runs down that you pretty certain you could probably leave it there now and use it in the future if it's needed. There's this big hook. And Peach, you see at the end of the cannon, like at the towing end, there is basically this giant iron ring. All right.
Guys, I did a
Give
thing.
it a tug. You did it!
Person. It's not as hard as I thought. It's 100. And then he just leans over and thinks, 100% harder than I thought.
Yeah.
100%.
Real hard.
Like, yeah.
Would pull.
Yeah, cool.
All you?
All right. Peach, athletics from you and athletics from Pigpen. We'll do it independently because they're both rolling.
Oh, nice. 25.
Fortunately, because Peach is awesome, it's not too much strain on Pigpen, who does, as he begins to pull a little early, it gets like 2 feet into the air, and then he's like kind of like starting to struggle with it, and Peach, you kind of get a shoulder underneath you, and it is a little bit of finagling, but you're able to swing the cannon out and down into your kitchen. And as it kind of touches down, Oceanus goes, "There's no other way in and out? It had to come through the..."
Nope. Could have
Yes.
put it the other way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to believe the Demi just walks in and is like, why are we through the kitchen?
I don't know, but we have a pulley system.
Good job.
All right.
Thanks. Now we can put buckets of water on there.
That's true.
We don't have to do bucket runs.
I don't think... Okay.
So
Yeah.
over the next, we'll say it takes about 20 minutes, you navigate the cannon through the hallways, out to the island, and then down. There's a better pulley system to get heavy equipment on and off of the ship, and it takes a lot less time. And soon enough, you have the ship tacked and ready to go, the Falling Star prepared for sail. Oceanus keeps it fairly well stored and is resupplied for a 2-week journey at least. All right. Whenever you're ready, I'm at the helm.
Perfect. Did Monastrad just hang out?
Yeah, Monastrad was kind of like helping a little bit, you know, with like getting
So-
things onto the ship.
Can we just sail to your friend, or do we need to go pick them
I
up?
mean, you could anchor just off the shore and row in. Yeah, you want to?
Sure. Let's do that, since we're going to have to be, doing it anyway.
All right. DM question: who is crewing the ship? Because you have acquired quite a few personnel. I know the standard crew, but are you bringing out Ophelia? Are you leaving out Ophelia? Are you bringing Plum? Are you leaving Plum? Like, what are those like tertiary?
Great question.
Plum's staying.
Yeah.
Plum is staying.
I'm staying. Is Odophilia coming?
I think Odophilia is coming.
Okay.
She, like,
Score.
Are you okay? Are you gonna be okay? I think it'll just be you and Cletus.
oh, that strange one. Sure, I'll be fine. There's lots to do around the house. I can keep it in order. I'll be fine, Peachy. How long are you going to be on?
I think probably at least a month.
Wow.
I know that you've been seeing Kiorna a bit. Are you... DM question. Would Peach know whether or not Cletus is capable of rowing back and forth?
You've seen him rowing back and forth, fishing off of a boat. Like, he's not all of his faculties appear to be there, but he is competent enough to get back and forth and live off of the island for however many decades it was before you guys came along.
Okay, so Peach will give Plum their remaining 11 gold and say, if you can just, you can pay Cletus, and I'm sure he can row you back and forth whenever you want to go into town, see your friends.
Peachy, I don't need this. You keep giving me money. She kind of, like, attempts to tiptoe up so she can... I have, like, 300 gold pieces between you and your friends. I don't know what... I can't spend that much money, so just keep yours.
Mom, why do you keep cheating at cards if you don't need the money?
Because it's funny.
It is funny. We need to find you something else to bet on. I will discover something.
That sounds dangerous. Sorry, that was me.
Oh.
All right. Wonderful. I can't wait. All right. Are you okay?
Love you. Mm-hmm.
You're lying.
I'm fine. I don't know what the right thing to do is all the time, and it's scary, but I'm fine. And I love you.
I wish I could give you some words of wisdom, but just try your best. That's really all anybody can do.
Does seem like the truth.
It's not. Maybe it doesn't belong in one of your poetic volumes of brilliant words, but that thesaurus you've got, I don't know. I'm not.
It's helpful. But no, I think you have the wiser words between the two of them. It'll all be okay, Mom. I've got my sending stone. You've got yours.
She gives you a hug. Be safe. Keep them safe. As best
You
you
stay safe.
always.
I love you. And they'll go up to the ship.
She waves at everybody. Cletus is, like, suddenly standing behind her waving as well. Not entirely sure why he's there. But there.
All right.
Captain, we ready to set sail?
Was that Oceanus?
That was. I don't know why Manistrad's accent bled into his voice, but
I was just
I'm
curious.
sorry.
I was like, who's talking to me?
Oshastrad.
Yep. What? Good. Monastrad, do you want to tell Oceanus where we're going and all that?
Sure. North end of Saltmarsh. Don't get in too close. There's the just under the surface sand dunes. So we'll drop a rowboat. One of the houses over there. I'll get you the rest of the way. So just get her close. All right. You heard the captain. We've got a long journey ahead of us. First stop, Saltmarsh. And then the whole ship lurches into movement. Sails unfurling, tack, rigging, all of that jazz.
Just gonna lead over to Zal, wherever she's gonna be like, we'd be absolutely dead in the water without him. I just want
Honestly.
everyone to know I don't have
Honestly.
any idea half of the things he does.
Can I also just mention something? Our house really does look like a penis.
Us! Why did they have to tell me? I'll never be able to not see it.
Tried
I
all
hate it.
tossed
Oh,
and turned all night.
And now it looks like a colourful penis, which I can't
Oh
decide if it's
my-
better or worse.
We have
Peach
to
is
do
gonna
something
wave
about
from the
that.
stern. Bye, Fort Dick.
Okay. Don't call
We are
that.
not calling it that.
No.
I am.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
we as a collective are not. Oh God.
we've got to figure out something to do to this.
Oh,
house.
something better. I don't
Something
know.
better. I almost said bigger, which would have been a problem.
Even
But,
worse. It's
we've
Oh.
just got to figure this out next time we're here.
yeah, in like a month. Oh, bye house.
Bye.
I only got to sleep in my bed for like a week and a half.
Yeah.
As
It's
you
weird.
skirt the end of the island, Fort Dick slowly
Was it
fades
that
into the background, disappearing from sight.
No.
Its tall, erect self dropping below the horizon. Sorry. You make your way up the coast, the familiar kind of inlet of Salt Marsh where the river comes down, quickly coming into sight, all the structures and low-lying buildings of the surrounding town. You see the guard tower up the hill a little bit, the mansions of Solomor up on the hill with the vineyards, even the sea grove that Morton sometimes frequents a little bit further up along the creek. You kind of move upwards along the northern coast, and it is a very short distance. Saltmarsh is not a big place. Before Oceanus calls to drop anchor. All right! Wow, God. All right, you lot, drop anchor! And there is a... hits the water, ship slows, rocks into a settled position, kind of bobbing on the water. Anastra's, all right, it's that one right over there. And she points out a structure. Sarah, what does this structure look like?
Oh, hello. How far away are they currently?
They're about 200, 300 feet out on the
Amazing.
water, looking at from
Okay.
the seaside.
Great. So you see a pretty nondescript looking boathouse. It looks weathered from the outside, and you see that the dock area where a small rowboat or other type of ship would have come in is still open. And then to the right of it is a small garden.
What's growing in the garden? Can we tell?
Roll perception,
Yeah, go ahead.
just because of the distance. And then Sarah, if they
For sure.
succeed, you can...
Sure.
Perception 10.
It's pretty far away.
Yeah.
Unless it's very
Definitely
distinct.
plants, though.
Good. There's plants in there.
Plants.
That's a
Alright.
bonus in this world, honestly.
Yeah.
As you're looking out, Oceanus is working with Slaw to get the little skiff off the center and dropped into the water. And it sits there, ready for y'all.
I've always wanted to try this. Just let me try this for a second. Just gonna hold out the little metal piece that sends message, and thank Slaw, because I think he can think the response,
Okay.
right?
Yes. And he is... Yes, we will say he will be able to think the response. There is a pause. And then there is a... You're welcome.
Oh no, I'm gonna cry.
He's a fancy boy.
Wonderful,
Soft.
wonderful to talk to
And
you.
he's just like boat hit the water, and now he's just staring at you, Demi, from like across the ship, like kind of head slightly cocked to the side.
Wonderful to talk to you. I wondered if that would work.
He gives you a nod.
She'll just go on.
For those of
once
you who
everyone's
don't
in,
have the
Peach
context
will
in the
row.
audience, Slaw is mute, so that's referenced a few times. But
I'm like actually about to cry. That's wow.
Yeah, I'm still. Oh no.
Oh god.
I'm sorry.
that was
beautiful.
That was so
abruptly
sweet.
sad. That was beautiful.
Beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful.
When he was doing something, and I just
All right.
so. on we go. We'll be back in just like a little bit, hopefully.
Sounds
Peach will
good.
row in.
Peach is rowing. Monostrad kind of
Yeah.
hops down onto the boat. She's not a sailor by any means, but being in Saltmarsh, you have been on a boat a few times, so she's able to kind of get comfortable and watch. Are all three of you headed with her? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You break across the water, easily skirting the waves in your skiff, with Peach rowing energetically as they do. Where will you put your boat up? As you look at the boathouse, there is the actual internal dock structure of the boathouse itself. And there is also the kind of, it's basically a sandy shore, like kind of a grayish sand that's pretty familiar with Saltmarsh, that runs up to then a dirt bank, and then grass runs into it. But there is some beach on either side before you hit the actual garden proper.
Probably the beach, because I don't think we want to roll up into somebody's house without asking.
That's
So-
fair. I'll
so-
put it
Good point.
Peach.
The boat kind of slides up. Peach, you hop out, pull it the rest of the way up. Looks secure. You find yourself standing next to this somewhat worn, wind-beaten, salt-beaten boathouse.
And you also hear the sound of so many birds.
What kind of birds? Like, are they all
Songbirds.
seagulls? Oh,
Songbirds.
There are. You were not lying when you said the bird sound. God.
It's
Yeah.
quite a bit.
There's a lot
By
of
the
Beautiful.
gods. All right.
Is this person expecting us? Are we good to go knock on the door, or?
I don't have a songbird sound. Oh yeah, this way. And Manistrad leads you up the bank, kind of skirting the garden and around and through to this front door. All right, you lot ready?
Sure.
Okay.
Hasn't stopped us yet. If we aren't.
It's true.
Fair enough.
very true.
Dravosi, you here?
Yes, I get up from my table and I go to the door and I open it.
The door swings open, and you are all greeted by the following.
Haha, character description time. You see a human woman who stands at about 6 feet tall and has this skin that is pale to a point that it is almost luminescent. And she has this white blonde hair that hangs down past her back in a very careful but simple braid. And her face, you take a look at it, and it appears young, like a young adult's face, but it has lines that seem to indicate otherwise etched into it. She wears these very simple, well taken care of, but clearly old, often worn robes that were once a deep red but have kind of faded at this point, and she's wearing leather armor over them. But the most striking thing about her is her eyes, which are a kind of shimmering golden that seem at once to veil themselves from you and pierce right into you when you meet her eyes. And she looks down at Monostrad and she says in Dwarvish, she was like, "Monostrad friend, hello." And she looks up and says in common to you, "Friends of Monostrad, welcome."
Thank you. Your home's amazing. Are the birds? Do they always sing like that?
Yes, you're welcome to come in and see them if you'd like.
And as you say that, we are going to move to a very special incarnate map that Sarah made herself on Roll20.
I have no capacity for chill, y'all.
Also, real quick,
so
Zal's
excited.
swoons.
1 second as I move us over
Color us
to
surprise.
the game map for our viewers as well.
So
Oh,
cute.
wow. Perfect.
Oh,
Did
Love
it
this
not
house.
Does she sleep in a
Sarah.
loft?
Oh, there it is.
look at this little house.
Yes, she does. Yes, there's a loft.
Look at this little baby house.
And is that the
I love
door where we're
This
standing?
house. I love all of this. Is the house partially sunken?
It's a boathouse.
gonna be really big.
Oh.
House, yes.
Ah!
So as you look around, stepping through the door at the invitation, Monostrad kind of quietly follows you in. What do they see?
You see it's a much different picture than what the outside would reveal to you. You see all the walls are stacked floor to ceiling with books. There's this large table that is set with chairs. Only one of them really has things in front of it, but it's this large table. To the far end of you is a bit of a reading nook with a fireplace that's already been lit for the day. If you look above, you'll see not only a loft that holds a bed, but hanging from the ceiling are just hundreds and hundreds of perches where songbirds are flying in all different colors and singing to one another. And yes. Oh, and up in the ceiling, there's also a glass window that has been built into the ceiling.
Wow.
We're doing this to our house.
Fort Dick?
We have a no.
Not
We have
calling
a
it
light on the top of our house.
We do.
Fort.
No, just don't think about it. Nice to meet you. Just hello. I'm Demi. Do you collect books? Is that
Yes. Yes, I do.
wonderful? Do you have any blue songbirds? There's a lot to
Of
take.
course. And she will actually climb up to the loft and then hang off of the wall with a strange grace, and extend out a hand to a songbird and bring it down to you, Demi, and say, I don't believe that I've received any of your names yet.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Demi. Demi Waters.
Demi.
Yes.
And I will
Right.
look to Peach. Mm-hmm.
My name's Peach, like the fruit.
Peach like the fruit. And?
Hi, Zol, and he cannot stop staring at your eyes. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, it's wonderful to meet you all. Heroes of the Black Isle, as it were. My name is Dravosi.
Oh God, is that a title that we have now?
It's one that I've heard.
Wonderful. Perfect. Hello, nice to meet you. Monostrad said you'd be able to help us with whatever this weird problem is that we're dealing with.
Yes, I might be able to offer some clarity, if you'd let me.
Please, we're, lost.
Monostrad let me know that some of you may want me to come on a journey with you, but may not be completely willing. So.
They've since agreed.
Yeah,
You're good to do the work.
we
Of
don't
course.
mind.
I will come with you
What
for
makes you an
as
expert in this?
I have spent many years of my life dedicated to understanding the people all across this land. In that time, I have encountered some things that some might call less than good, for lack of a better term. I have been blessed with knowledge.
I don't know how to phrase this in a way that's not rude. Do you mean blessed like all of my friends have magical powers by other people kind of blessed?
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Gods.
But yeah, I was gonna say.
Angels. Something in the sky that makes stars.
I follow the god Rao. He blesses me with knowledge.
Great.
What knowledge I do not receive from Rao, I
DM
seek out
question,
myself.
What was that?
DM, would we know? Would any of us have heard of Rao?
Anyone who wants to can
Any
make
chance?
a religion check for me.
Ooh.
I do not know
Oh,
what my religion
not
number
bad.
is. 14.
12 plus, where's religion? 3, 15.
Ah.
I have high religion. Wow. Okay.
Hmm.
Who knew?
It's not me. I made the
No,
character.
13.
13.
Damn.
What'd you
That's
get,
a
Dan?
6.
Okay, okay.
Roll 2.
So Demi, you would know that Rao is historically an important deity. They are a greater deity. They are not regularly worshipped in this region. Their domain is peace and reason, and peace through reason.
Okay. Great, good.
I also was a longtime citizen of Neildra.
Oh, that would help, yes.
Yep.
Well, I can make you at home here for a moment if you would like, or we can head out. I am ready.
Your home's really lovely. I think it's giving us a lot of ideas for the house we just got.
I have so many questions about the books you own, but
Would you like some tea?
Yes.
yeah,
Sure.
Yes.
Can I look at your bookshelves if I don't touch?
Of course. You may touch.
I mean, some people. I just had a book spray me with acid before. She's gonna walk.
None of these will spray you with acid.
You say
She's
that.
just gonna start looking
For the-
for.
I've cleared them all of the acid. I've cleared them.
It's safe.
Might catch her eye. She wants to look and see what she can see.
Roll investigation for me. Manistrad kind of.
Can I?
They're like this all the time, but they're very good folk.
17.
17, okay.
And I lean down to Monastrad and I'm like, don't worry, I'll get the good stuff for you.
Good, thank you. And she goes and takes a seat in one of the armchairs and gets
What does
comfy.
We're right here. Everybody does this to us.
Would you like some?
I don't know what that means.
Yes, say yes.
Yes,
Good luck.
I think that was peer pressure.
it was. May I ask you a question? I've never met a human that has eyes like yours, and he points at his own, which are also gold and shiny.
Mhm.
Are you? I don't know how to. Wow, Demi, I'm having a moment like you just did. I don't know how to say this without
No,
being.
I just did.
No, like I don't know how to say this without sounding a little, off-putting.
Yeah, I have this a lot, actually.
Okay, well, are you more than human?
Perhaps that's a story for another time.
I would love to hear it.
Can't just
sounded
ask
like a
people why they're not.
He's never met somebody with
Karen.
gold eyes freaking out. He's like, maybe she has scales hidden somewhere. I don't know. Because I present as human.
Demi, as you're perusing this shelf, what sort of books would Dravosi have, Sarah?
Oh boy. She really has books on absolutely everything that you could hope to find books on. A lot of them do focus on different religions of the world. She's got tons of books on different gods and religions. A lot of books that are atlases and maps. Some books that are clearly hand-bound. And then there's a section that is completely like legends and tales of different countries. Some places that you probably have traveled to and some that you have not.
Josh, can I be looking for anything on the Feywild or Surdawir?
There is absolutely nothing about Sertawir.
Okay.
What was your investigation? 15?
17.
17? There is also nothing really specific on the Feywild. Just like there's some rudimentary texts about its existence, but nothing that would likely prove beyond what you'd get in your normal arcane library.
Okay.
There is, however, my god, what's the name of this book? A book titled, because you rolled well,
I love books.
The Stars of Gods and the Stars of the Seas by Zatros.
Okay. She's gonna point at it. Can I borrow this if you're gonna come with us?
Of course. Never mind a book traveling with me.
Perfect. I don't have much to trade with me right now, but if I think you probably have all the books that I've seen.
No trade necessary.
She's gonna
As,
take it off the shelf.
as Demi pulls that book off, Sarah, you would know having read this text. This is a juxtaposition of nautical to celestial astrology.
Mm-hmm. That one interests you.
Yes, actually. I'm well, I don't get my I think I do my things based on like just the universe in itself. I don't really, pray or talk to anyone for it, but a lot of my friends do. And one of them is particularly interested in stars, and I'm particularly interested in the sea, so I like reading.
Peach's brow's gonna furrow and they're gonna walk over. What does it have to do with star? That title! That's a juicy title.
Mm-hmm. And maybe if you stop sleeping outside my door, you can read it after me.
I just wanted to make sure that the staff didn't explode and hurt you or something, or turn you into a ball of purple fire. Sorry.
You hear
Usually
a
I'm the one doing.
and you look behind you, and there is Bims with yellow tail feathers
No,
sticking out of his mouth.
Oh no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so Bims, please drop that. Drop it now. Drop it.
I'm gonna go cast Lay on Hands on the bird.
Oh, that's not
Lay on bird.
play on
The
bird.
bird, covered in like Bim's drool.
Okay. Just purple and silver energy manifests out of their hands, and Peach just kind of brushes its feathers. It's like, okay, you're fine. If you have more than 5 hit points, I'm sorry. That's all I can do.
And
Certainly
I will
doesn't.
go over to it, take it in my hands, cupped like this, and then just rise it back up to its friends.
Demi picks her pseudo dragon up off the ground and shakes him a little bit.
You have a friend as well.
What?
You have a friend as well.
Do you mean this one or
Yes.
this is Bims. He's a pseudo dragon.
Interesting.
I acquired. I mean, you can watch out for him licking you, but you can hold him if you want.
Yeah, and I think Dravosi reaches out and holds Bims.
Immediately get licked.
He's very important to me. Just
Lovely.
he
Have
does.
I seen one of these before?
Roll a history check.
Ah.
You've seen 2 of them because there is a second one perched atop Zal's shoulder at this very moment.
That's a 28.
You know this to be, and you may decide if you've seen one in the wild or if you've seen one in text, but you know this to be a pseudo-dragon.
These are lovely companions.
He's
Thank you.
yes. She puts him back on her shoulder and gives him the eye, like.
You hear in your head,
I just-
Demi? Friend.
Um,
And then he licks the side of your face.
Thank
Said it.
you. You
Just-
yes. Yep, friend, Bim's friend.
And I usher everyone to my table, and let's see, Zal and Moristad get ale, and Peach and Demi get tea.
I wanted tea, so that's
Yes. Here for it.
I
Thank you.
You do notice that a corner of the table has scrubbed out but still visible patches of blood.
Nothing wrong
Yep.
with that.
And yeah, I will sit. Now, Morstad gave me some details about this relic of yours, but I would love to hear your insight as well.
It should have been left where they found it.
Shouldn't have been found at all.
They should put it back and seal that mine up, but I don't think that's an option.
Yes, relics are often found that way.
It's a throne, in a sense. It's made of obsidian, and if you sit on it, you become obsidian. But it has, according to a friend that isn't here, a lot of magic packed into it.
Demi reaches her hand into the bag of holding and pulls out like the little piece of obsidian glass that they got in the Dreadwood forever ago. So like this, a little bit.
Interesting.
Large.
How did you determine that sitting on it turns you obsidian?
Somebody that found it apparently did that
And got shattered.
and got smashed by a construct.
Unfortunate.
I would like to talk to him. But no, so nobody sit on it, essentially.
Vault's still there if you want to see it.
Of course.
Oh, here we go again.
Peach will be quiet during this, and while she's not an enemy, they will just for 1 minute use Know Your Enemy.
Can you read
Looking
that
at
off to me?
Dravosi. Yes. If you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat, you can learn information about its capabilities compared to your own. The strength score, dexterity score, constitution score, armor class, current HP, total levels, and any levels in fighter if they have them.
Could you go ahead and give those?
That's a lot.
Yeah,
So strength score?
strength score is
That's
plus
trust
0.
issues.
Sorry, +0.
Mm-hmm.
Dex,
Plus 1.
+1. Con,
Plus 2.
+2. AC,
11.
11. HP,
Well, actually, 12. HP is 66.
66.
Mm-hmm.
Total class levels,
9.
9. And any fighter classes?
No.
Nope. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As you kind of scrutinize this individual, Peach, this is... You're scrutinizing from a combatant's perspective. And this person certainly seems capable, but not the sort of training that you would look for, that you would see in someone like Didasco, or yourself, or Hawk. They're a different kind of fighter.
You're a little like Demi.
Ah,
Do you mean the books? What are you staring at?
an
That too.
honorable comparison, I'm sure.
It is. I promise.
Confused at what's going on here.
No.
To be honest.
Welcome
I
to my
don't.
life.
Well, yeah, that's
This
fair.
is every
Um,
day.
Dravosi, what sort of artifacts have you found in the past? You keep saying the word relics.
Ah. Well, I wouldn't say that I have personally been the excavator of anything very impressive, but I have spent my time in this world helping as much as I can. And that inevitably brings you in contact with many strange things.
Yeah, that checks out.
Very true. So,
I knew you'd like her.
yeah,
Yeah.
honestly. But I guess the plan is to go back to the mine, check it out, all that jazz.
Sure.
I'd love to take a look.
Let's, remember that the water electrocutes you.
True. There's
Yeah.
water around,
Yeah.
and a buddy of ours kind of did a little slip, landed on it, got a big old shock, and then climbed out.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Can be. But
We have a ship. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
It's not rushing, but you know, I don't know.
She gestures to the door, and there is a bag sitting beside it. I've been prepared.
Do
Oh,
you have someone to take care of your bird in your garden?
Yes. I would not leave them unattended.
oh,
Great with birds.
I see that.
is
She's
that
been like holding Bim's like paws on her shoulder the whole time,
wait?
just
So
in case
you
he has a thought of moving.
is Monostrad insinuating they're the one looking after the birds?
She is, yeah.
Okay.
Aw.
Well,
Foreman knows who you lot are. You can get down there pretty quick, but it's a pretty long walk back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stay here.
All right. That's
You're
fine.
heading north from there, correct?
Yeah, we're gonna pick up the big dangerous box and put it on my ship full of people I care about and take it up.
Keep going north.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. That works for me. Then I am gonna stay here. Got work to
okay.
Now, Monastrad, don't drink all the ale. I have to keep that for the next time you're here.
do. You hide it too well. I tried finding it last time, and I had to bring my own.
Well, all right, let's go. They're gonna start to lead out towards the rowboat,
Yep.
and on their way, they realize that they're going to be taking their ship all the way up there and then going down to the into the mine,
Mhm.
and then Morton's not here with them.
Mhm.
Peach, you should make sure that Odophilia doesn't follow us down and get lost. Just a thought process.
Smart.
Morton's not here to catch her. And I,
Ooh,
you know,
whose
Hmm?
room? Where we have to figure out room situations.
we have plenty of room.
Do we?
Yes, because Plum was in the room where
You're
Peach will
right.
be. So I'm sure that we have plenty of space.
Oh, we have the guest room. My bad.
Mhm. So,
Dravosi, as you are led to this small skiff that's pulled up on the beach beside your house, you do see sitting just about 300 feet out in the deeper water a multi-masted sailing vessel that is several stories high. A few cannons. You see two from this side kind of positioned facing out towards you. And these strange, slightly glowing blue runes inscrawled along the base of the hull. Running along the prow of the vessel, it says the Falling Star. Fairly well painted on.
Quite an impressive ship.
thank you. One day she'll be ours. But now we work for the
Yo.
kingdom.
Oh, and I do want to note, Josh, I do take 2 of my birds in a cage with me.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to have to watch you the whole time.
People the best.
What are their names?
Birds taste funny.
Yeah, I know.
This is Vanruil and Clavrosi.
What do they look like?
You just want to know these birds.
I do. And I also know there's artists in the chat.
One of them is a yellow songbird with black on their wings, and the other is a completely blue songbird.
Is Glavrosi the blue and Thanril the yellow and black?
Mm-hmm.
It's easy enough to row across the open water to your ship. The crew helps you, Dravosi, get up on the deck. How familiar are you with seafaring vessels?
Neildra is a ocean voyage, correct?
Neildra is far inland on a very large river. However, most commerce is done across the Azure Sea to Tyrant's Landing, and then taken from Tyrant's Landing up river to Neildra.
So I certainly would have made that voyage, so at least in that way familiar, but that's been a few years, so.
It's you're getting your bearings a little bit as you get onto the deck of the ship, the rocking of the vessel. It's not unfamiliar, but it's certainly not your like major comfort zone. And you can see figures bustling everywhere. There is a sea elf standing up near the helm in front of it, calling orders out to various crew members. Several hulking figures moving large crates back and forth. There's occasional bursts of music and singing as you are followed aboard by the rest of the crew. Demi, Peach, Zal, you make your way aboard as well. Slab and Slaw begin hauling the skiff up to prepare to be lashed back down to the deck.
Great. So, we can show you where you'll be sleeping. The most important, possibly, we can introduce you to everyone on the crew later, is that sea elf up there. His name's Oceanus, and he most likely can answer any questions you have. Yes?
That's just quite lively. I'd love to be shown my room.
Yes, wonderful. I think it's the room that the lizard folk were in that ends up being the one that's free. So,
That makes
That'd
sense.
be the one that's free.
Yeah.
So that would be
Yeah.
on the starboard side near the front of the vessel. As you walk past the mast, around where the skiff is being lowered down, there's a small door that leads into a small cabin-like room.
if I remember correctly, it should have like little hook things and hammocks, so you have hooks so you can hang your bird cages on.
That's true. It actually
Yay!
does have that. You're right.
Yeah.
Hooks for my birds. Perfect.
So, this is where you can stay, and I will tell Oceanus to get us moving towards the mine.
Wonderful. I'll follow Demi back out. I'm not going to stay in my room.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome to. Yep. Okay. She'll walk up to Oceanus.
Captain.
So we're gonna go pick up the crate at the mine, and we're gonna investigate a little bit further in the mine. I'm gonna let you know what I told Peach. Make sure Ophelia doesn't follow us.
All right.
She was mad she couldn't go last time, and I don't
Is
want
she?
her getting lost. Oh, fuck. No. I hope-
Ophelia, where are you? I got you a present.
A head pops out of like the cabin that was hers, and is still kind of hers. What did you get?
They're gonna pull out the light crossbow. You say, so, you have a rapier, which is great for melee. But sometimes it's not always the best idea to be within range of a really big weapon. So we are going to start training with this. There are no bolts in it yet, but they're going to hand her the light crossbow. Say,
Wow.
you just want to start.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. It's nice. It does a lot of the work for you. I have one too. So we can start training with that. I figure tonight.
How does it work?
There are not any bolts in it, but so they'll show the triggering mechanism and like they'll try and explain it to her as best as they can, and like teach her how to hold it. Just like start positioning and getting her to fiddle with it.
This is
It's
the
not as
weirdest bow I've ever seen.
it is a weird bow. This bow is more like a cannon than a regular bow, right?
What?
It's great.
A little bit.
It's
Yell
like
from
a
the-
cannon for my. And she kind of like gives you a quick hug and is like, "All right, yes."
Aw. So we can start training with that tonight. I need to get more bolts. But in the meantime, how about you acquaint yourself with that? We're going to be gone for just a little bit, and then we'll come back and we can train with it more.
Sounds good. Starts turning the crank.
Excellent.
It's all like definitely at some point toward when they're going towards the mines, all kind of walks. Nice move. That was smart.
I try.
Yeah, it was really good.
I just want her to have it, you know?
Yeah, but also I saw what you did. I put two and two together. Smart move.
Peach is gonna, like, blush bright green. I don't think anyone's called them smart before.
Oh,
That is adorable and sad. Well, simultaneously.
All right. Weigh anchor. Set course due northwest along the shore. How far up? 2 hours, did you say, Demi? Captain Demi? Damn it.
That's good. Nice try. I think it was like 2 hours north, right?
Two or
Yes.
three.
I think it's only about 20 minutes, 30 minutes by vessel. It's 2 or 3 hours.
Oh,
On
okay.
foot. Yeah.
So,
Oh.
but you articulate the distance to him, and soon enough, the site of this familiar site of the mine complex, which is built into this kind of hill running up from just the straight Azure Sea, with that small docking complex right along the water, comes into sight. The water is deep enough for a vessel of the Falling Star's size to dock directly up onto the main dock there, and you do see a few dwarves in mining equipment scurrying about, and that telltale very large crate sitting in the middle of that landing area at the end of the dock.
Oh boy. All right. I think I remember how to get us down to the thing. So
Oh, well, that's nice.
I guess we'll say hello to the foreman and let him know that we're coming back for that. Oceanus, no one touches that until we get back.
Why don't we just load it while we're going down? They can load it.
I don't want to leave it on. I don't. Do you really? Bad idea.
No, good idea. Good point.
Yeah, so nobody touches that. Let's go.
You make your way along the dock. The dwarves kind of like, some of them stop, kind of eyeball you a little bit, but go back to their work as you meander your way up through the wooden palisades that ring kind of the mining complex with these low-lying wooden structures. It is all business, all industry here. It's not a large, expansive thing. The mine itself is the complete focus of this space. And you do see, sitting on his rocking chair, the foreman. Hey, good to see ya.
Hello
Good seeing
again.
you.
Back. Get the thingy.
Yep, we're gonna do that. We just gotta look down there for a second.
Oh, you going back? All right.
Going back.
Want one of them helmets things?
I think I'm the only one that needs one, but yes. Maybe? Do you need one?
Dravosi, can you? Yeah.
Can you see in the dark?
I can.
Gosh darn it!
All right.
You
well,
literally have a globe that drifts and follows you.
I'm aware.
I'm just saying, it's not.
That'll look nice though. It'll.
Thank
Remember
you. for
that
trying.
terrible, scary fish ship thing? It'll be like that, but nice.
Don't. I hate that thing.
If you would like, I can provide something else that will give you light.
Also, same.
It's fine. I have a globe. I just figured I don't want to assume that you can see in the dark because I cannot. Onward, and she's gonna lead them down. And she remembers how to get there. 'Cause I took key mine.
And
Nice.
it is actually quite impressive as you begin to delve down into this mine deeper and deeper. Initially, the sounds of mining filling your ears. Dravosi, this is all new to you as you cut down this main mine shaft into this grand kind of open area where there are lifts and crates and systems running on the interior. And at the center of this large open space, it's got about a 40-foot ceiling. There's a circular pit that leads straight down, lit as far as the eye can see downwards by the occasional sconce. There's a large crane system that hangs over this pit that is bringing goods up and down, but there's also a staircase that spirals downwards and downwards. Demi leads you down this, and then Demi Nose begins to lead you back towards the ocean, heading in an easterly direction. Eventually you leave these cut mine shafts and enter into what is truly a cavern. A stalagmites and stalactites hang and rise from the ceiling and floor next to you. And the sounds of the miners behind you disappear as you continue downwards, until eventually you step into the large cavernous space that is defined on Roll20 here. Familiar to our friends, but new to you, Dravosi. A large cavern, the sound of roaring water, a waterfall can be heard from somewhere back in this darkly lit space. Even with your dark vision, it is hard to see all the way in. But directly in front of you, there is a shattered and broken bridge that runs across to an old structure. An old structure.
Oh my.
So,
Really quick DM question. Is this architecture familiar to me?
History check.
Yeah. Hold on. Gotta get back to my page.
With advantage.
With advantage? Okay. Oh, fantastic. 27.
Ooh.
Duragar.
Ah. You did mention Durgar.
But the crate we're delivering, Dragosi, it's so big. It doesn't seem like it could have been made for a Duragar or any dwarf. It's big.
also, our running hypothesis is that those haven't moved because we didn't touch the only other thing in this room.
Did we jump across the bridge yet?
So
by the way?
currently you don't actually see the constructs. You are on the far side of the bridge. There is this drop about 20 feet and then this water that runs around in this cavernous space. The island itself in the center is natural stone, and then there is all of a sudden Duragar structure built into this island. And while walls and parts of it have crumbled and broken away, and there's this large wrought iron circular entryway that has been blown open, it doesn't specifically... A lot of this is natural, and the Duragar structures are built into it, which is fairly common for most dwarven architecture, where they build into stone structures. You note immediately this is very... There was no expense spared in what they built here.
Can I have Demi go ahead and drift the drift globe out and cast daylight?
Okay. Yeah, what's the radius on that?
It's just the daylight spell, and it has to be 5 feet off the ground, 60 feet within me. It's a 60-foot radius sphere of light.
Okay. And where are you putting that for me? Just ping away.
I am currently holding it.
Okay. So the 60 feet casts out around you, and you see now into this main room, and back along here, you see the glint of what appears to be some sort of complex Duragar vault door with scorch marks running along its circumference, where it was clearly blown open for them to gain access. However, you also notice that elements of this structure along the sides, the walls have crumbled away.
Interesting.
Can I jump across the gap?
Yeah, make a athletics or
I'm gonna
acrobatics
use
check.
my boots.
Oh,
my
right.
boots of springing.
You're fine then. It's easy enough.
Pop.
Boink.
This
And Mario.
This is built with much more care than normal structures of this kind.
Really? We figure it was supposed to, keep people out.
Well, somebody.
This thing where it is. Was.
Your friend started an interesting sentence. Or something in.
Either way, I don't think it worked.
Clearly. Is there a way to get across? Other
Currently
than
just
your
jumping.
adept
jumping.
friend?
If is there a way that Peach can assist Dravosi jumping across? Is that possible?
That's what Zal was gonna attempt to do, kind of.
So if you're assisting Dravosi, Dravosi will need to use athletics, but can do so with advantage. The other option is acrobatics, but without advantage.
Would you like assistance?
That would be appreciated.
Okay. They will do that.
Okay.
Roll an athletics check
Ooh,
for
I'm
me with
nervous. I'm
advantage.
not good at this.
Advantage!
Right, advantage. That's not good.
You got this.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, oh no, I'm probably
Everybody
gonna
gets
have
ready
to
to
do
catch.
something sooner than I expected. Yeah, sure. Let's see if catching happens first. Yeah, I got an 8 as my top score.
Okay, you kind of, as Peach gives you a little bit of a throw, with your accoutrements, the leather armor, it's actually kind of awkward, and like you kind of get caught in each other, and it slows down your momentum a little bit. Not to anyone's fault, but just the way that like some of your robes catches in some of Peach's armor. and you make it about halfway out, and you don't think you're going to get all the way across. Party?
I've got the.
Acrobatics?
I was gonna say,
Can
since I'm across, can I help with my arm out?
Zal acrobatics check. Anyone else?
Okay.
If Peach is assisting, can they do something else, or is that their?
I will let What is it
I
you're
am-
trying to do?
They will try to get their shield like under her and just like yeet.
Your shield.
I will let Adam have advantage on his
Oh, boy.
acrobatics check.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
As Peach kind of does a extended platform with her shield.
Yeah.
Acrobatics, I got a 12.
With oh my gosh.
I
Can I try? I'm very
Oh.
small, but can I try and reach for this
I
woman
mean,
before
it's
she falls?
fine. It's
Enough.
fine. Oh boy.
No,
not.
It's.
Uh,
Can I try?
Okay,
Watch.
roll acrobatics. Hold
One-
on. What do you want to do?
What
No,
do
this?
you wanna
no,
do,
go
Sarah?
for it,
Okay,
Demi.
go
Go
ahead,
for it.
Parker.
I am very small, but this worked
Have
last
no
time. And you can see the kind of stress I am
gonna say
under.
the
Acrobatics.
DC is higher as well because you're now responding to your teammates failing, and Dravosi
Okay.
is dropping down like she's
That's not
10
good.
feet down. It's
I
no
thought this
longer
was a good roll.
you're not gonna make it. She's dropping. What was it?
Uh,
A 16.
You go kind of lunging forward.
Okay.
It's too late.
okay.
Okay.
Then I know what I'm doing. Oh boy. I'm going to activate my Radiant Soul,
Okay.
and wings sprout out from Dravosi's back, and she flies and lands gracefully on the other end. Quickly puts them away and says, I was not anticipating that being an issue.
Saul's.
I'm
all the
sorry.
buttons, Saul's face is gone.
So, not human. Demi's gonna try and jump.
Okay. Roll acrobatics. What did those wings look like, Dravosi?
They were the exact color of her eyes and shined with them as they stretched out.
Saul's losing his mind, so you
17.
know.
Okay. 17.
Demi's trying not to be rude.
Demi, you land as the wings fold back in, and Zal's just like kind of
Yeah,
next.
Saul's doing
So
the.
the party is now kind of, you've got Dravosi like able to wing back around to there. Demi's landed. And Peach on the other side.
Yeah, Peach will jump across.
Okay.
Oh, and then my d20 will roll away under the table. Each d 13, but dirty 20.
Easy enough. You are now all on the other side. Go ahead and move your token if you want. Dravosi, as you turn around, this drift globe lighting up the entire region around you, you can now see the interior of this structure. Across the far end of the room, there is an empty space where something very large and very heavy once sat. It's easy enough to assume that this is where the object now in the crate above was once located. There is a stone archway running across it that you immediately recognize as being ornate Duragar work. There is this strange angular scrawling and design to it. To the left of this archway, which, to be clear, it's an archway with this kind of black stoned back to it as well that fills in the space. It's not one you could just step straight through. To either side of this archway are these strange, almost dwarven yet uniquely alien construct things that glint a metallic color in the light of the drift globe.
Are there any symbols on the archway besides the normal ornamentation?
Roll investigation.
Absolutely. Okay. Not as good at investigation, but... Oh, 16.
With a 16 and your context, there are no visible symbols. However, magic is often used in constructs like this.
I would like to step closer and kneel down and feel where the thing clearly was.
So go ahead,
And
and
I
I'd
would-
like you guys to move yourselves on the map. Moving.
Sure thing. And as I do so, I would like to cast Detect Magic.
You're not able to move yourself, Sarah. Give me a second. Here.
Hold on. Yeah.
I can fix that for you. Okay. You should be able to move yourself
Soon.
now.
Ahaha. Yes, there we are.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Now, as
Lovely.
you cast Detect Magic, party, where are you
Mhm.
going and what are you doing? Anything in particular?
Peach is
So-
looking at this construct.
Okay, Peach, you step up. Investigation check from you. Adam?
Zal is following, still dumbfounded. He had a plan, but that's out the window.
Okay.
Demi's gonna walk up and look at the gate because she didn't really look at the gate last time, and her drift glove is up.
Investigation from Demi as well. We'll do these investigation checks and then we will do your Detect Magic, Sarah.
Absolutely.
I got a 9.
These constructs, Peach, as you glance backwards, there are the other two constructs, the remnants of that in the back corner behind you, shattered and broken. These have not moved. Of that you are certain. That's all you can tell. Demi, this archway is these ornate columns with these strange, angular, sharp, jagged etchings. Again, very specific to Duragar in architecture. You've seen Dwarven architecture. You wouldn't have been able to recognize this as Duragar if Manistrad and Dravosi had not both pointed this out, but there is a dwarvish element to it, but where it would be neat angles and corners and planes, it is more jagged, and there are curved elements, still in intricate patterns, but much sharper in design. As you kind of follow it, they run upwards for about 15 feet, and then the arch kind of begins over, and that arch itself again has that same patterning along it. It's kind of two pillars with the arch, and then this stonework filling it in, this black stonework that kind of framed where the relic would have sat behind it.
I rolled a 22. I don't know if that matters.
That's what you get with that.
Okay.
Dravosi, as you turn on Detect Magic, the two constructs to your left and right immediately light up. The archway in front of you also begins to glow. And now you can see very clear in a language that you don't quite speak, but might be able to parse, I believe, scrawl along the top of the archway. And it is literally written in the magical outline. So as you look up, you see the lettering that is the light radiating as the magical source. Illegible to the naked eye, but visible through sources like Detect Magic.
I'd like to write it down and attempt to translate it.
What do you speak again?
I speak Celestial, Common, Drow, Dwarvish, Elvish, and a bit of Undercommon.
Okay. Roll intelligence for me. Straight intelligence.
Absolutely. Dirty 20.
Son of a bitch. All right.
I'm so sorry.
You speak Drow.
Mhm.
You speak Dwarvish. You know that Drow is had heavy influence on Duragar. And while you don't directly speak Duragar, being able to speak two of the source languages of this, you are able to get the following. While not a direct translation, it reads, a god lost, a god found, pride in craft keeps the vault closed. And the lettering for the word closed, or the rune closed, is a completely different color to the rest of them.
And what school of magic is this from?
This would be, let me double check it. Pulling up my notes. Okay. So, the constructs would be, I believe, conjuration is correct on that. The arcs are all, so as you look at this, the stone wall is radiating a magical energy, and that energy is abjuration. The lettering itself is radiating conjuration the entire way off. But roll an Arcana check for me.
It'd be my pleasure. 21.
It's all conjuration on the lettering, but the sources of the magic are slightly different, the way they resonate. Most of the wording is kind of your standard arcane affair, but the last kind of stretch of lettering that says closed is radiant.
Perhaps a different caster. All right. I take a look at it, I copy it down, I translate it, and then I look to my new compatriots, and I say, you said that the throne here was too large for a Duragar, correct?
Too big for us, even.
Yeah.
Is it possible that this housed something worshipped instead?
Why would they lock it though? There's no reason to lock up something that's worshipped.
You say that, but Zal, think about Sophia.
Yeah. He said it, and then okay.
Plenty of reasons to lock up a deity.
What did you see something? Or?
There are words along this arch.
I flick the comprehend languages, which I can't read something if I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna touch it unless I'm not stupid. I'm not gonna touch it this time.
I mean, I copied it down in my notebook. You're free to touch that.
Wait, where can you point it? I don't see any wording. Can you point at it for me?
Of course. And I'll point along the archway, but I will say it's not detectable by non-magical means.
Oh.
You said you wrote it down though.
Yes.
Would you mind if I try to go through it?
Take a look.
So, boop, and I'm translating it using... There we go. And what does it say? Tell me all your secrets, Josh.
Okay. The direct translation.
Okay.
A god was lost. He who sought to replace him was found. Our craft keeps relics of this time sealed away.
Okay. And I say that directly to everybody. That's the direct translation of what that says.
This was very helpful, thank you.
So, pretend God.
Well,
Or replacement god.
someone wanted to be a god. He sought to replace him.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Sounds like a lot of pride.
Relics of this time.
Plural.
That is a plural, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, which was the plural word? Relics?
Yep.
Okay, making sure. So, clearly,
So
that means There was more than one thing in here.
Somebody take something else?
Or this might be the thing.
But relics is a multiple thing. If you have the
But-
throne, then there could have been other things stored
think
around
Peach
the
I mean,
means
the
the arch.
thing, yeah,
Oh,
that
my
she
bad.
read.
Sorry, misunderstood.
Also, the constructs. If these are the craft that keep the relics sealed away, then
I didn't do a
these
good
two
job.
things.
As well as whatever sat in that throne previously.
Right. We definitely don't want to touch that.
I definitely want to touch that,
We
but I won't.
definitely should not touch that.
Zal.
I'm not. I didn't. I just said I want to. I'm not going to
Okay.
yet. I'm just saying it's kind of my brand.
I know, you licked a wall. I'm not letting it down. I'm not letting it go. I'm reminding you now so that you don't do it here.
I licked my finger from a wall. There's a difference.
Well, don't touch
I'm
it.
sorry?
It's a long story. We'll tell you on the
It
boat.
was a long time ago.
Do we? What's past this waterfall? Have we?
So
Do
you
you want me to
can't
go
see the
check?
waterfall from your current point. You could move around.
Well, I knew it
to
was
take a
there
look.
because remember I did the
You can
sweep
hear
around.
it, and you could walk around to look at it if you'd like to.
Yeah. Well, I done the sweep around, so I know where.
So
But
as you kind of turn and like retake a look at it, the water is pouring in.
mhm.
It seems to be there's this very as you look up and up and up, it comes from a spot up on the wall in this kind of cascade inwards, about 40 feet up. This cavern is very, very tall. It appears to be mostly collapsed inward, and the water is kind of bursting forward from a fissure in the side of the wall.
So it's falling into this room.
It's falling
Out of
into this room. What's your passive perception?
Mine? Oh, it's shit. 10.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Nah, don't say sorry. I made my decisions when I made this character. He's not perceptive. He licked a wall, dude. Go for it.
I need to look at something first. Far back is the waterfall from like where we can stand.
So closest from waterfall, about at the height, because you're about 20 feet up, you're about 20 feet from the waterfall. If you were to stand on the edge of the pylon around off to the side of this archway.
You said what number again? Sorry.
20 feet.
20 feet. Can I go like 20 feet wherever I have to be without touching that scary arch thing?
Uh-huh.
And can I try? This sounds weird. So first of all, can I look at it and see if the waterfall looks normal?
Roll perception.
Okay. 16 plus 5. So 21.
What Zal missed with his passive as you kind of investigate, a little bit of the water and spray from the waterfall below catches the air. This is salt water.
Oh. Okay. Okay. So, and to me it looks like just a regular like waterfall, like the direction of the water isn't weird or anything.
Yep.
Okay.
Although there is noticeably, the water is not rising, but there is no outflow visible.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I think Drevosi will join you at that point. Is there something you see?
Well, so this is salt water. For one, I mean, we're under the sea level right now, I believe, and two, I can't figure out where the water's going. I don't see or hear anywhere that it could be going. So,
But it hasn't risen since you first come here?
No, and also the water's a little weird here. Morton, our friend that you have yet to meet, fell off last time from the bridge because he can't sprout wings, and landed, and it went and electrocuted him.
Ah,
So I'm not sure if this water is weird or if it gets weird when it gets in here. Or if the water on top is fake, if that's a thing.
What if the waterfall isn't even real?
What if there's something deeper?
If it's not real?
I mean, my tech magic is still technically up. There's not anything magical about that waterfall, right?
The waterfall is not magic.
What about that water, though?
Yeah, I'll look down at the water.
As you look down at the water,
Look out.
radiating from the surface of the island you stand on, there are arcane inscriptions running along, carved into the wall against the water, for as deep as you can see, but there is no bottom to this that you're looking at. The magic type on that would be evocation.
Whew. The water's clearly magical in nature, or the cavern it rests in, rather. Clearly, great measures were taken to protect this place.
Can I have a quick question? Did Dravosi tell us that the last words were not the same magic type, or no?
No, she did
Just-
not.
Okay, clarification. Well, if there was a fake god or new god in this room, we just stole its throne.
Well, I think if it were here, it probably would have.
Did the
and
miners
wanted it, it
open
would've put it
the
in flame.
vault?
They blew it open.
Mm-hmm.
They dug this far down because somebody from the capital, I believe, I don't remember if he's from the capital, but essentially the one that turned to obsidian and got smashed, detected that there was something very magical and powerful down here, so they went digging where they probably shouldn't have, and now we have a very scary throne that somebody in the court of the king wants.
I understand that it's packaged, but I would like to get a look at it if possible.
I don't know if that's a wonderful idea. If opening it would be a good idea before.
The person who sat on it died.
Yes.
I don't have any intention of sitting on it, but I do trust your judgment.
Well, that's because you've just met us.
Self-burn.
Truthful though.
We can see. Is there anything else we want to look at in this room? It gives me the creeps.
I found everything.
Can I step aside from the group, Josh, and kind of under my breath, just, Mother, since you want to help me now, can you help in any way?
No response here.
Ashi, are you getting anything?
Not other than normal. Ashi doesn't have any magical sights, correct? In this form?
Give me 1 second. I don't believe so because he's just Dragon Fowl. All he has is blind sight, dark vision, and his perception's higher than.
No. Nothing beyond what already would have been perceived by the party.
Okay.
Peach will use Divine Sense. They haven't used it in this cavern yet. So they will use an action to try and detect good and evil sense anything affected by the Hallow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet.
Okay. As you cast that, what does it look like?
Um, they've never done this before. Or they have done this before, but it's been a while. They'll kind of put their hands together the way they've seen people pray. And just delicate silver light will kind of unfurl and striate and just go wider and wider as it unfurls for that entire 60 feet.
Okay.
And if it notes anything, it'll coalesce around that area.
As this spiral manifests outwards, in this sort of silvery color, it begins to fade to a much darker color as it passes over the spot where that object sat. Not resting onto anything, but seeming to swirl in the air gently, as if caught on residual energy left behind. As it hits the pillar, the archway, it kind of just suffuses through the archway, as if there isn't any sort of alignment correlated with the work there. But a single stretch, Dravosi, and is this visible to everybody else as you do that, or is it just visible?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Dravosi, where the lettering for the word, one more time, or rune, closed is, it gives off a radiant signature. A good signature. And Dravosi,
Just as a quick question, nothing happens to Dravosi.
Or
and
Ashi,
Dravosi is well, I mean, so Sarah, what
Celestial.
color would Dravosi give off? Silver connotating good.
Oh, absolutely silver.
Thank you for clarifying. I forgot.
Also, wouldn't Ashi also be glowing silver?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And then the normal signatures of her party members.
Okay. Peach will just clock for a sec Dravosi, and then they'll look up at the arch, say, "What? That space? What's written there?"
The runes that were recorded, they are 2 different types of magic. The final word, closed, is radiant magic, while the others are conjuration.
That was the line seal, right? In my translation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Probably not touch that. Probably
But
leave
it's-
that.
it's glowing good, right? That's what you said, Josh?
So it is, to be clear, it is conjuration, but it is giving off a good signature, yes. Because, like,
So,
radiant
Right, it's slightly
energy
different.
is
Yeah,
not
radiant
a
energy with
magical
conjuration. Yeah,
school.
yeah, I
It's
got
a-
you.
Right.
Yeah.
Type of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
it's not abyssal. Well, I'm gonna bet.
Whatever.
I was going to say probably the same thing. Go ahead.
Just that whatever was sealed here was probably sealed for a good reason then.
And that a good person may have done it.
If a good person seals something away, it probably means that the thing that was sealed was bad, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
100%.
At least that they thought it was.
Good. Glad that's gonna be on my boat.
Wow.
Nothing
for a few
good can
days.
come from this. Nothing.
I'm sure you already have this planned, but it should be protected at all times.
Oh, of course, yes. And our crew is pretty good, I think. But we'll put it far down on that and lock the door and take shifts, I guess.
Feels
Wait.
wrong. It feels bad.
Which part?
All of it. Someone good sealed something away.
At this point, I think we're just doing the best we can because I don't believe we can put it back.
True. Let's.
Despite how we act sometimes, we cannot tell the Kingdom of Kjolin what he cannot have.
Feed it to Mogigox.
We'd have to find
I
him,
don't want to do that.
and I also do not want to see him again. Sure, he will eventually come back to get my vote, but for now...
Let's go.
Dravosi,
guess-
would you give something like that to a king?
People that are in power that seek more power always make me hesitate.
Giving him the smallest little benefit of the doubt, we don't know if it was him or somebody on his court. Just a little tiny bit.
Of course.
But also, again, it's us or somebody that Monostar doesn't trust. So, better us than...
For what
I
it's
definitely
worth.
think we should take. Oh, sorry.
No, please go.
Not saying we shouldn't get it out of here. Saying I don't know if it should go where they want it to.
Well, we could steal it and become enemies of an entire country, or we can try to figure this out before we deliver it.
We have, 9 days to take it. So, is that possible?
Why don't we go back up? We can load it on the ship and decide from there. As much as we don't want to, unfortunately, we have to.
Alright.
Just to clarify, I will not be able to fly myself out of this one if I fall, so.
I can.
Perfect. We'll catch you, hopefully.
At this point, Zal just walks over and casts Fly on Winter. And at that point, to his set of radiant golden wings, but they're translucent, appear on both of their backs.
Ah.
So, you're fine. You don't need to. Well, you do need to. I'm gonna walk away. And so
Demi's,
turns and goes towards the exit, just like, why am I so nervous? This is.
Demi's gonna turn to Peach and be like, fuck us, I guess. Let's go.
You had to save me last time.
Oh,
Gosh.
that was... I cannot promise I can do that again, so please don't fall.
Do my best.
She'll just jump.
Okay.
Zal's
Acrobatics or
already gone.
athletics from everybody who's not flying. Sorry, Adam, what was that?
Oh
gonna say,
my goodness.
Gone over and has the hand out,
18, and I guess I'll try and catch Peach.
So what's our progression
I-
here? Where are
I
flying
jump.
people?
over.
Yeah, we're over.
Immediately soar straight over
Mhm.
and land. Who's jumping first, Peach or Demi?
I will.
Okay, Demi, what did you roll?
An 18?
You successfully make it across the gap. Peach,
Arms up.
I rolled a 1.
you slip on loose gravel along the edge as you jump, and it pulls your footing off, and you don't get the kind of momentum you need with your weight, with your armor on. You make it out over the gap, and then begin to come tumbling downwards.
How
Wile E.
far?
Coyote it.
How far away from me?
So if you guys are on the other side, Peach is probably about 10 feet from Dravosi and Zal. Demi, you're about 5 feet, but they are immediately falling.
Lightning
Wow.
lure.
Okay, well,
Really?
that's not hurt.
It's fine.
You're
Thank you.
fine.
I just
Ow.
reached.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Lightning lure is a hit, right? You have to roll the hit.
Oh, shit.
Or is it
I will
Mhm.
still reach for them.
Lightning lure. Target must. It's a
Roll
strength. Shit! It's a strength saving.
Uh-oh.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh, it's a
Hope
saving
you
I
throw?
need a
roll
strength
again.
saving
Okay.
throw from you. You
Roll
can,
low,
you
come
can
on,
choose to
man.
fail it. I will let you choose.
I
to
can
Oh.
choose to fail it? Oh, then I fail it.
Okay.
So just lightning lure, and then you take 2d8 damage. But I roll low on all my stuff, so you take 5 lightning damage.
As
Bye.
this kind of whip of lightning energy arcs out from Zal's hand, wrapping up around
Oh, gosh.
Peach. Peach, you feel this jolt of electricity, and then you are yanked
Sorry.
10 feet up onto the edge as Zal lightning lures you back up.
Oh, thank you. Ow. Thank you.
Zal's
We
the
jinxed
thing.
ourselves.
Zal does the thing where he like starts brushing them off, and he's doing his light on them at the same
As a
time.
healing light.
So
Oh.
you just see he's kind of glowing for a second. So you heal. How many healing lights do I have? Where are my healing lights? Come on. I'm good at playing D&D, guys. I swear.
A mood.
I haven't been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, this isn't
I'll
episode
use-
27.
This
No.
isn't episode 27. All right, I'm gonna use. I'll use 2 of them.
Okay.
So you heal up. Where are my d6s?
So you guys are leaving the room and heading back up towards the surface, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
You are all very capable.
10.
It is funny that you say that, because I
We
think
can-
I was just very incapable just now.
To be fair, I don't think you've seen me do anything particularly exciting. I jumped across. So. But thank
It
you.
was a good jump.
Thank you.
I mean, are we not gonna address the wings? I have
I mean,
a lot of questions.
I think that's kind of. We
Perhaps-
just met.
Back at the ship.
Cool. Absolutely. I have so many questions.
Demi's
I
just
will
gonna
answer
lead
them.
Thank you.
out.
You make your way back up through this kind of oppressive cavern, leaving the sounds of the waterfall behind you as you make your way up, back into the dwarven rot caverns, up this spiraling stairs that lead out of that main hole, and then out of the mine into the daylight. It's about mid-afternoon at this point, as the sunlight catches you and some fresh air hits your face. The sounds of dwarves bustling about the mining complex itself, as you enter the open air along the coast. How will you proceed?
We
I
should load it up.
Yeah, we should. Josh, for my reference, I forget the C term, but Demi knows, but the lower level of my floor, which is just storage, does that have a door and a key?
The hold?
Thank you.
The hold
think-
doesn't currently have a lock on it. It does have, a grate over one thing that you can drop it down into. Getting it through there's also door entry points, but that's a little more complicated. So you pull off the grate work to drop it into the hold. And then it goes through both. There's grate work basically on the primary exterior deck, and then on the deck below, there's actually grate work that lifts away there as well, so that it can drop all the way down in. And the crew has been readying, with the context of understanding that, moving some of the things out of the top level so that the lower hold can be accessed for this thing.
Awesome.
There's no specific locks on it at this point, and it's too big to go into any of the smuggler's stowage.
Okay. All right. We loading this up? Is that our final consensus?
Well,
Yeah.
you guys can decide on that after our short 10-minute break, everybody.
Big time.
Hey!
What?
Guys, we are going to go ahead and really quick go over the rules for our giveaway, sponsored by Soundtail Dice. Soundtail
Soundtail dice?
Soundtail Dice.
Wow.
Jeez Louise, I am a hot mess today.
Splitter, bud.
Skull Splitter Dice. They
Dang
are
it.
supporting us for this awesome skull mug with 100 dice on them. And you guys can go ahead and get in on that by putting !win in the chat box, which will give you a entry into our raffle. We will be drawing that raffle on the 31st at the end of this month during Conundrum Company. So
Yay.
go ahead and swing back by if you want to be here for the live drawing. What happens is you draw one time a month, or roll one time a month. If you're a follower, you get one submission, and if you're a subscriber, you get two. You enter win one time, and you're in the raffle. That's it. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the month. Come October 31st, we'll do the drawing, and we will get you guys your winner. All right, my friends, we will be back shortly. Thanks for sticking with us. It's very exciting. Bye.
See you in 10.
Ah.
That's why you don't change shoes on an airplane.
Yeah, it's
Is it
dangerous.
rude?
Oh man. My uncle was killed by an airplane shoe. I don't know where we're going with this. Hey everybody, welcome back.
guys.
We're closing out that raffle, but thank you for those of you who submitted. You are in, and we will be doing that draw on October 31st. We return to our amazing party here. Down one Firbolg, but up one incredible, strange, some sort of celestial linked person with wings. As they step into the afternoon sun on the coast of the Azure Sea at this mining company. You had just discussed
So-
loading.
We're good to put this on the boat? Is that fine?
Let's do it.
Perfect. And she lets Oceanus know so that he can yell for the crew to start doing stuff.
Okay. They begin the process of getting these, like, basically these long straps underneath the crate that then hook up over it. And then they bring a boom around with a big hook and begin hauling it up onto the deck of the ship. It takes about an hour to get it all loaded in. This thing is clearly very, very heavy, weighing probably hundreds, if not thousands of pounds. As it is slowly settled into the vessel, you can tell with your experience, Falling Star is riding a little lower, likely a little slower.
Okay. Great. Can she please address her crew? So she wants to like get them all set up and then essentially. So this job is very important for some people in the capital. Do not touch the crate. Understand?
And you just get affirmation from the crew.
Okay.
Roll persuasion for me.
I was hoping.
How persuasive could you be? How serious is this?
15 plus 8. So 23.
The severity of what you have to say is clearly conveyed in your emotions and feelings behind those words.
All right. We're gonna head towards the capital then. That's the general plan.
All right.
Same
And-
as always.
I missed this. Where exactly does it get stowed?
So the hold in the lowest
Okay.
level of the ship. There's two raised portions that make the third floor of this ship, where the cabins are at the aft and the front of the ship, the front and the rear. Then there's a deck in the middle. That's where a lot of the crew quarters are and a lot of storage. But then there is a lower, basically like large open area. It sits
Yes.
a little bit in the water at times, but there is a big storage element there, and you can drop through a grate all the way down. It is in that lowest section. Sorry.
Great.
Parker.
No. You're good.
Right. You're casting off?
Yup.
Okay. You are planning to sail to Tyrant's Landing. From where you currently sit, Tyrant's Landing is approximately 2 to 3 days sailing along the Azure Sea. It sits at the juncture, and I'm going to move you guys over to the large global map here for travel purposes. And we will actually draw your attention. And just because this map's so large on the main screen, I'm actually going to switch us back to the game map. And if, Sarah, you would zoom in, do you see where it says the Principality of Ulek in this large, long strip along kind of the top left corner of the map here? That right
yes.
about there. Zoom into that section over there for me.
Absolutely.
You're traveling from Saltmarsh, which is clearly indicated on the corner there, up to this large river that runs down and meets the Azure Sea, just kind of to the northeast of Saltmarsh. You're traveling along the Azure Sea to Tyrant's Landing, which sits at the mouth of that river. Okay? It's about 2 days, a little bit less, a little bit more, depending on the weather, to get there. And then you'll be transitioning this to a larger river vessel to travel up the river draw to Neil Draw, which sits wicked far inland, about 9 days. All right. Does everybody have their bearings and understanding of the kind of route that's being planned? Now,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
we've got a lot of travel here. We've got you passing through a few gateways there. You've got 2 days on the sea to get to Tyrant's Landing on your own vessel. What would you guys like to do in that time? First day, we'll say you make it a few knots that evening already, having set sail. The kind of wind in your head or at your backs makes you move a little faster. Again, the familiar sounds of gulls. You're moving along the coast here. You get out from it a little bit, but you can still see the landmarks off to the west of you as you guys travel kind of northeasterly along the coast, occasionally passing other vessels and the such. Is there anything you'd like to do in that first day?
I do want to go down to the hold.
Okay. Are you sneaking down or are you just walking down there?
I think I'm walking. If somebody stops me, I'll tell them what I'm doing. But, definitely going.
Where are you going?
Down to the hold?
Come with you?
Of course. You seem worried about this.
I am worried about this.
Okay. You travel down to the
experience.
home. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean
Oh,
to interrupt
just
you there.
no, sorry. You've seen things like this before?
Well, perhaps. I haven't seen it yet. But I am familiar with things that would seek to harm this world.
Are you familiar with the Shadowfell?
Josh?
Roll roll an Arcana check for me.
Absolutely. Boy, 26. It's kind of hard for me to roll badly on History or Arcana.
You are familiar with rudimentary principles of the Shadowfell. You know it exists as a sort of warped mirror variant of this plane and is host to all kinds of nasties and things that go bump in the night. You know it's directly connected to both the mortal plane and the Feywild.
I am familiar with it.
If someone good, a good, smart person, was carrying around a lot of that magic, and if you'd seen someone else really smart and good turned into a monster by carrying it around before, what would you do?
Have you spoken to this person?
No, he walked through a vagina tree.
Something I've noticed about you and your friends is that you are very interested in anatomy and finding it in constructs and nature.
Sorry, the Feywild people did it first. They called our house a penis, and now I can't unsee it.
Ah.
I deserve this.
I think it is certainly something to consider. Something to speak to this friend about if they ever emerge from this vagina tree, as you called it. Yet, Peach, I have come from a place originally that believed there was only one way of life. And I have discovered that there are so many different ways that can help or harm others if put into certain hands. So simply be careful. The fact that you're worried means that you must care about this person a great deal.
One way of life. that... Was it one good way? Or was it, do you think, maybe a bad thing?
Some ways of life attempt to be good, but don't quite reach it.
I think this is the hold. I forget how to get in here. There's like a grate.
There is a grate, and you can lift it up if you'd like.
Mm.
Good to have your help here.
It is a large, very wide opening. This grate covers, it's like almost 15 by 15 feet square. And you can see kind of down below, turned onto its side now, basically onto its back, this crate laying lengthwise in the bowels of the ship.
And I'm going to approach it, and I'm just going to lay my hand on the crate and cast Detect Magic again. Just want to get some information on it, but I don't want to go against the captain.
As you cast Detect Magic, you very much see the outline. Again, you're not seeing specific details of this crate. Mm-hmm. You are seeing the outline of this entire throne. This huge, massive throne. Coming from it, magical signatures, all very dark and foreboding, are the following. Make sure I get it the same as what I gave you last. Sorry about that.
You're good.
I have so many notes.
So many notes. So many notes.
Conjuration, necromancy, abjuration, divination, and enchantment.
Conjuration, necromancy,
abjuration,
divination,
and enchantment.
All of these come off of it.
All of these. And a very foreboding, dark, almost oppressive feeling.
Is this feeling one that I have felt before?
Roll a religion check.
Okay. 26. It's a really good die.
Certainly does feel familiar to a few nights back. You can't be certain. It's just a feeling in the pit of your stomach.
Thank you for accompanying me, Peach.
Of course. Is Detect Magic something visible?
It is not, only to the caster.
Okay.
Yeah, you see me lay my hand against it for a moment, and then I think I kind of take it away very quickly, almost as if it burns a little.
Did your god Rao tell you to come with us, or is this just something Monastrad wanted you to do?
My god doesn't always speak in the traditional manner.
Same.
Who is yours?
Zeradweir?
Ah. Well, my god teaches that through peace and serenity we can reach understanding, and in some sort of cycle, through understanding we can reach peace. So, many times questions will be answered in the form of nature or someone showing up at your door. I am hoping that you are an answer to a prayer.
What did you pray? I'm sorry, that's prying.
It's completely all right. Perhaps a story for a bit later. And I think Travesi will start heading back up to the main cabins.
Okay. Everyone else, what have you been doing?
My job on the ship.
My job.
Well
I don't know
done.
what that's like.
Yes, fixing the ship. Cool.
I'm fixing / working ropes, doing my still learning the ship. But all the while, I keep on kind of looking over at where Dravosi is staying, and whenever that, because this is only the first night.
Yeah,
Whenever
you're
it
not
hits
even at the
nighttime.
night yet.
Okay, whenever we hit nighttime, Zal has another thing to do. So.
Okay. Parker, anything you want to do during the day?
She would like to spend some time probably sitting at the till where she normally does all of her reading, reading this new book that she has.
Which one is that?
The Stars of Gods and the Stars of the Seas, the
Okay.
nautical astrology book one.
So, this text outlines the initial concepts of the two primary astrological thoughts and practices practiced on Flanace, on the continent on which you live. It discusses the origins of those two, one being primarily handed down over thousands upon thousands of years, and one being very much guided by deific presence and religious dogma.
Okay. So we've said this before, like briefly, that Demi like knew some constellations and things from stories. Does she know which one she knows?
Yeah, I can give you which ones you got. Hold on. Let me pull up.
And like if it was like the one that's been passed down or the one that is more religious-y.
So it doesn't go over the specific constellations in too much depth.
Mhm.
It does list them out. Oh my god, where did I write this one? There it is. So, from a nautical astrology perspective, it does list out the anchor, the belt, the coin, the rock, the gull, the fisher, the crown, and the dagger. The two primary guiding stars, the really important ones that you would know given your practice and all of the sailors are familiar with, and also Peach to an extent as well, are the anchor and the belt.
Peach does think the anchor is a diamond suspended on a string because they did not roll very high.
Yes.
Great.
Peach has weirdly not the nautical context that Demi and the other sailors have. So these have a lot of context, but they don't apply to Peach. Demi, you would know that the anchor is the key guiding constellation in celestial navigation, as the stars that make up this sign never move. The entire constellation remains completely static in the night sky. In Flanace, the constellations, the rest of them move. You know that the story behind this, which is the story that Peach does recall, that's where this context comes from, is that the stars weighed anchor at the very beginning. This constellation fell into the night sky and never moved again. It's comprised of 5 points of light that sit to the north, almost due north exactly from most positions on the Azure Sea. It sits at askance with the point of the anchor pointing slightly to the west.
Okay.
The belt is comprised of 6 stars. As the seasons progress, the belt moves away from its position just above the anchor circling the horizon in a counterclockwise direction, before ending up back at its original position. The story goes that the stars weighed anchor and strapped a belt upon themselves, for they had much to carry. The stars then began to wade across the night sky. The belt begins the year positioned over the anchor. This constellation consists of 6 stars, 3 and 3 in a slight curve.
Okay. Yeah, she's just reading the book and writing stuff down in her journal.
Peach will just check in on Plum. This is just every night they will.
Sure.
And they'll also train Odophilia with her new crossbow.
Okay, let's do some larger checks. So let's do let's do acrobatics to train with the crossbow.
I have no idea. 1 second.
And Plum does report back each night. Seemingly okay. She has stories to tell of Kiara. All of them. Kiora, excuse me.
Excellent. 16.
Okay. You kind of set up. The first night, it's pretty bad. A few holes left in sails. Nothing too severe, but Zal has to
I'm
fix
sorry. I'll help
No.
you fix it tomorrow.
No, I've got it. I have to learn somehow.
You know what they're gonna do after the first night? They're gonna. Well, I'm sure they could have had time to do this, moving from the house to the boat. But they're gonna take out Scarin's mirror. They're gonna let Odophilia know what it is, and they're gonna use it for target practice.
Okay. At some
Solid.
point during one night, Odophilia sneaks out and crudely paints a man's face in the same white paint that Zal had used to write the falling star in, on the kind of where the actual reflective surface once was. It's just a sort of shattered
Right.
piece of board.
I would have given it to her without question.
Really?
With question.
It's strapped
She's
to
so
the mast.
sneaky, though.
She is very sneaky. She's
I
quite
still give it to her without question.
I don't know that we should be encouraging this. You know what? It's fine. It's fine.
Over the next few nights, the arrows, the bolts embedded in the mirror, are gradually getting closer to the head. Okay. Now,
Feel so bad, but it's also funny.
what are
I'm proud of you.
what are our watches looking like for the nights?
Well, I wanted to do one other thing at night.
Yes.
So the first night, Zal is going to pray to Mother and explain that there is what he perceives as an angel aboard the ship, and he doesn't know what that means.
Okay. There isn't. You get a feeling of her presence and uncertainty. In fact, the uncertainty is quite surprising.
Okay. I know you can't directly answer me, but I'm going to tell her about you. I know that you might not like that, but unfortunately, it's how this world gains trust with one another. We all have secrets, and I've watched this individual spawn almost the same wings and also watched a line of silver mark them as. It's a long story. Okay. I get flustered around her, and it's very strange. All right. Well, I will. I just wanted to let you know. Okay, bye. And he just kind
I
of gets
feel
up
that-
from prayers.
You feel, as before you get up, kind of a soft hand on your shoulder, and as you look back, there's no one.
Okay. I'm gonna go freak out until I sleep. Cool. Bye. And just lays in bed and is doing the I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Like.
What is our watch order for the evening? Are you guys taking watches? Are you having sailors handle watch? What's that?
I'll take the third one, so it's right before the sun comes up.
Night watch
I'll take the
So
first one.
she goes to bed early.
first for Peach. Okay.
I'll take the second because all I have to do is open my door.
Okay.
So I'm on the second level, and I could see the.
Sarah, would you
And
like?
Ravossi will volunteer for any watch, but
I'm not
Does
the
not
most
need to be
perceptive. If you'd like to with me.
yeah.
Okay. During the first
Oh
watch
God, goodbye.
with Ravossi and Peach, I need you to roll perception checks for me.
Sure thing.
I've yeeted both of my d20s under the table.
No.
All right, there we go.
Oh my god.
8.
Okay.
It's fine. I got a. God, what's math? 25.
Wow.
As the evening progresses through your watch, initially a quiet night begins to get a little cooler. And as you cast your gaze out, what were those rolls again? One more time for me.
8.
8.
25.
Dravosi, you see this well before Peach. On the horizon, further out at sea, massive cloud front spanning from the horizon. In the moonlight, it's quite stark in contrast. You're not within the clouds. The light of the moon is quite strong. But out on the horizon, rising up above the sea, there is a massive storm front. And as you skirt along it, the winds begin to pick up as the storm gets closer towards your vessel.
There's a storm coming.
Oh.
Should we
Okay.
wake someone?
Yeah, maybe Oceanus. Maybe we ought to change course? I'm not sure they're gonna go knock on Oceanus's door. Or is he up doing things?
He was actually sleeping, and he opens the door,
Oh,
shirtless.
no. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Peach, hello.
Hi. There's a big storm coming in, we think. Should we change direction? I don't know what to
Hold
do.
on, 1 moment. Closes the door. Comes back out with like the kind of white collared shirt. He doesn't have like his jacket on. Kind of pads out. Walks up to the railing, looks at it. And as you look out at this storm, you see, you don't hear any thunder, but you do see arc of lightning. A strange arcane blue color. Along, it never hits the water. It arcs down along the clouds and then manifests back up. There's a pause, and then it happens again.
Something seems to be coming after us.
I don't know. I'd have to wait a little longer, but I don't think the trajectory is... It's in the way. We need to skirt it, but
Of course.
it's not encroaching on us. Fuck, this is going to make it take longer. Alright. Peach, can you wake a few of the crew members? Let the captain know
Yep.
what's going on. I'm going to the helm. Very good.
Wake up Demi and Zal, and then Slaw and Pigpen.
I.
Ah,
Hey guys, I'm sorry,
That's my
there's a
opinion.
storm. They need more bodies. I'm gonna try and be useful. I don't know how.
body. That's
Storm?
As
The
you
lightning was weird. It didn't touch the water.
oh,
I've never seen lightning do that before.
fun.
Okay.
Can I get dressed?
I'll have Demi get dressed pretty quickly and walk out. Can I have her look at the storm to see if she notices anything or has ever seen anything like this?
Yes. Make an Arcana check.
Alright. 18 plus 3. 21.
You've
Ah.
heard tale of magical storms before. And as you begin to close on it, and the wind gets stronger, and the arcs of lightning cross the lower reaches of this storm and back into it become more persistent, this smacks him. There are many types of arcane storm. You're not certain what is what. Some of them are completely harmless, completely illusory in nature. Others, the vessel sails into it and never sails out.
Yeah, we need to skirt that, and I want her to turn around and see that Oceanus is awake, knowing that he went to bed.
Captain?
Did you... I mean, it makes sense, but still, okay. You woke him up first!
He does everything, Demi.
I know!
I'm sorry.
Captain?
Someday I'm just gonna give him this bow. Yes,
What's the
are we
call?
skirting that?
That was what I was hoping to do.
Yep, let's do that.
Alright, we're gonna have to go seaside.
That's unfortunate.
Open water.
Yeah. Where's Morton and a couple giant octopus when you need them? Right. Okay. So skirting it, going wide.
Alright. You heard the captain, crew. This is going to be a long night. Don't expect sleep. Chop to it. Batten down anything that you can. We'll try to stay out of this storm as best we can.
Winds don't fly too high.
Can we do the thing with the boat where we
What
do
thing?
the teleport thing?
You want to teleport for this?
I'm just saying we should leave that option on the table.
I will leave that option if it gets too close to us.
Cool.
Because the teleport is like 300 feet. It's not like...
Yeah.
I know.
It's not.
I just want to do it at this.
I know you
It is
do.
a good panic.
Sean of the party.
It's a
at
good
this
panic button.
It's a good panic.
I have to be Sean with a little bit of chaos. So
That's valid.
Peach will help batten down the hatches and just follow orders.
Okay. Demi, Oceanus
Yes.
is still looking to you as the captain.
But what?
What
Yes.
orders do you want us to make? Any specific preparations, or you just want us to attempt to skirt the storm?
Oh boy. Josh, I didn't know I needed my ship document up.
Just send you the again.
Please, thank you. Wasn't prepared to be a captain. You haven't made me do it for weeks. Yes on skirting.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't think this was going to happen either. This was a dice roll.
Love it. Nice rolls. But yes on the initial skirting the storm. So, and I will.
Are you manning the helm, or is Oceanus?
Oh boy. Me.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
So I would
Probably-
like you to, with advantage, go ahead and use your vehicle proficiency, along with, we'll make it Dex. So
Okay.
add your proficiency and dexterity as you begin to attempt to navigate around this storm, heading further out to sea as the winds
What's my
get stronger and stronger.
There it is.
And the clouds get closer.
Okay. And my proficiency with my vehicles, what number is that I'm looking for?
So it should just be your straight proficiency indicator, which when you look near the top of your sheet, it says proficiency. It should be 3 at this level.
Okay, cool.
So 3 plus
Yes, you're right.
Dex, with
Okay,
advantage.
so that is a natural 20 plus a 4 plus a 3, so a 27.
Okay. Okay.
Feels good.
This
It
is
does.
slow. This is not an impending storm that manifests out of nowhere. This is something rolling and large. It sits stationary in your path, and as you begin to circumvent it, the water and the currents, no matter where you seem to position, as you make it around the coastline now disappearing, still seems to draw you inwards. Even as you manage your tack, it almost functions like a whirlpool, as the ship, despite circumventing it, is drawing closer. But you call out orders, supported by Oceanus, who enacts your commands as quickly, putting and applying your nautical expertise and the crew's nautical expertise to the test as you do everything you can to fight the wind and currents that attempt to draw you inwards and inwards.
Okay.
2 hours, you circumvent this storm.
Okay.
At one point, you are within 200 feet of this black cloud and lightning down and out. In this proximity, you can see strikes of it, and it is not true electrical lightning. Our casters, this is absolutely arcane in energy.
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm going to make one more roll here.
I don't know. Okay.
Jump the ship! Jump the ship!
Jump.
What am I doing?
You are expertly navigating this. The whole crew comes together as you skirt around. But you see now the strikes of lightning out from the clouds that sit 200 feet off, hitting into the water, now touching down around you, like long extended fingers that hit the water and then retract outwards towards your vessel. I want you to make one more handling check with advantage again.
Okay, and all my stuff.
And all your stuff. Proficiency, dex.
Okay. That is a 19 plus 4 plus 3. So that is a... What is that? 19... I don't know what that is. It's like
26.
Thank you.
26.
26.
You see as the wind buffets harder and harder. The sails flapping almost wildly now. There is a constant creaking and groaning within your vessel. Some barrels strapped along the outer side, along the runs of the vessel. You hear as a particularly large wave catches up. It's not enough to take people off. The strain where it hits snaps, and you hear ding as several of these barrels that have been strapped down go bouncing off the edge of the vessel, landing into the water beside you. And as a few folks rush to the edge to look as you pass it, moving quite quickly, despite the draw here, as you kind of are using the momentum of the storm, the current pulls you away from this vessel. A single finger of lightning arcs out and hits one of those barrels. There is a sudden rip in the air of blue light, and then the barrel vanishes.
Oh.
As you continue to move around the storm, you're now fighting with that roll your crew again. To the best of their efforts, you hear constant calling, chanting. There is this dull, solemn song that rises up from them as they begin to sing against the storm itself. As you pull out, away from the storm, leaving the arcing lightning behind, the fingers reaching out from the storm, beginning to subside, with the lightning now arcing along the base of the clouds once more, vanishing.
I'm also going to make my way up to Demi and cast guidance on her as she makes this roll.
Okay.
So I need it. What do I need?
You are making a roll to break the storm now. As you come around, you've been at this now for 3 hours.
Okay. And this is the same kind of roll with advantage and proficiency stuff?
Yeah. Exact same.
Okay. 15 plus 4, 19 plus 3, so 22. Yeah.
Plus the guidance.
I didn't do guidance yet. 4. Hold on. That's
Right.
3 more extra. So
18, so it's 25.
well, no. So because it's 15 plus 4, which is 19, plus 3, which is 22, plus 3, which is 25.
Did
Right?
you roll
Yeah.
that with
Okay.
advantage? Sorry.
I did.
Could you make that a straight roll? So what was the...
Do you want me to roll
You know what?
just a straight d20?
That's on me. That was too late.
No, it's okay. You can do it.
Do you want to go ahead
want me
and
to roll?
straight for me? Because now you're
Roll.
fighting the pull of the currents. They're trying to
Okay.
pull you back.
Okay.
It's essentially negating the advantage that the crew and the others...
No! That's... Emergency escape!
It's a 6
It's a 6?
plus 4 plus 3, so 13 plus 3, which is 16.
Okay.
16.
As you begin to break the storm, you can
Uh-huh.
feel and hear all of you the ship seemingly coming apart. A rope line running now up snaps and flicks off. The big metal hook at the end flicks off into the ocean. You see it soaring out, crashing in. The storm again, those tendrils begin reaching out in your direction and you're losing momentum. Feel yourself, the ship, everything the crew is doing to push against the storm, it's being drawn back. You are at the very edge of breaking this storm's grasp, but it has you.
Cool.
The ship is
Cool.
beginning to now shudder as its
Cool.
own movement pushes it out
Hey.
and the storm pulls it back.
Can I hit the blink hole?
You get the blink.
I'd like to hit my emergency. I'd like to hit my emergency escape button.
Marked at the center of the falling star's wheel, there is a giant room. Like literally a giant.
Yeah.
As you place your hand upon it,
Yeah.
you activate it. What is the activation word for the room?
You didn't give it to us.
Oh, you guys can define it. What did you define it as?
Fuck.
Dude, this is your correct.
Yeah, it's the panic
Just
button.
stop.
Fuck.
Okay. No.
You say
But it's in like
fucking
it's
giant.
Yeah, it's in giant though. You know.
Hard to be.
Yeah, come on. Here to fear this defeat.
It's the first word that Peach learned.
Fuck.
The wind roaring around you. A arc of lightning, one of those fingers, hits a piece of driftwood just off to the right of the ship, not 50 feet away. A tear in the air around you, manifesting and then dissipating, the driftwood gone.
Okay.
The ship shudders. As you hit your hand down on this, it begins to shudder more as the water along the surface of your vessel lights up. These runes beginning to glow a very, very, very similar blue color to this storm that is
Okay.
flashing out behind you. As the ship begins to shudder, everything suddenly is encompassed in bright, bright, white light.
Mm-hmm.
You vanish.
I need to roll my thing.
And I need you to roll a D100
Yeah.
for me.
So, yeah. So I'm doing. It's the percentile on the 10,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
This could be our
This could be awful. Have fun getting to us in the water plane, Morton.
Yay.
Okay. That is a 51.
A 51, okay.
A
As
51.
you feel the energy crackling around you, your ship, one moment sitting in the water, literally fighting this strange, unnatural tow, crackles, fizzles, and disappears. And a 51 is... Where are you aiming your ship?
It says I can do up to 200 feet, correct?
Yes.
So I'm gonna as far away, but like so we're trying to get closer to like out from open sea, but away from storm. So it's close. So 200 feet away from the storm.
Okay. It is perfectly on. As you come out with momentum, as the pull of the ship is lost. I need everybody to make an acrobatics check as you are jettisoned as the ship teleports 200 feet out from the vessel, and where it had been pulled backwards, fighting its own momentum now, you hit the water as everybody begins skipping at double the normal pace of this ship out across the sea, almost like a stone throwing.
I got all my good rolls out.
Yeah, I got an 11.
It was an 11.
11?
You got an 11 too.
Or an 11.
Okay.
Weirdly.
The sound of the storm is much quieter as you're suddenly further from it. You hear it less. And as you skip across the water, I've got 11 from Demi, 11 from Peach, Zal,
12.
12, Dravosi,
14.
14.
Hella fine.
Let's make some rolls for some crewmen.
Oh no.
Oh.
I want to make a point real quick. This is all I imagine our ship doing now.
It's so good. I love this thing.
We're just
As
gone.
you skip through, again, it landed perfectly in the water. It wasn't up, it wasn't down, it wasn't in the wrong dimension, but you hit it moving quite rapidly.
Okay.
Oceanus kind of places a hand on your shoulder, Demi, like more
Okay.
balancing himself, as you all manage to
Okay.
hold on. Odophilia,
Okay. Oh no!
as it hits, was standing on the railing looking back at the storm, and as you hit the water, she goes tumbling overboard into the water.
I dive after her.
You are wearing
damn
armor.
it.
Are you
I
wearing
don't.
armor?
Yeah, I can
Well-
breathe underwater. I don't care. I'm diving after her.
Okay. Peach, acrobatics as you hit the water. And you move quickly. Odophilia hits the water as you
Okay.
go over the railing. The ship is still moving at double movement, meaning that as you hit the water, your vessel is 120 feet ahead of you.
Oh my
Great.
god.
It's gonna get even further. I rolled a 16.
You rolled a 16. You hit the water. Quite a good dive, honestly, for somebody wearing full plate.
I will say I probably leave my shield, so my AC would go down, but
Makes
I can swim.
Yes.
So.
You hit the water. It is, again, a clear night, and you can see the beams of moonlight radiating through the water. Odophilia is just off about 15 feet to your right, about 15 feet down. And it looks like she hit the water less gracefully with her back turned, and you're not certain if she's conscious.
Okay, I swim as fast as I can to her. I use Charger to get there faster, and then I scoop her up, and if it's only 15 feet, then I use the rest of my movement to get back to the surface.
It's 20 feet up. You break the surface. The waves are quite high. This storm is impacting, and I need you to make an athletics check.
Okie
Because
dokie,
those currents do still exist, and the
artichoke.
storm is still on the horizon.
It's not great. 12 plus... Oh, but I have a plus 7. 19.
19. Okay. You break the surface and are up there now, kind of looking around. You are able to fight the current for now. Demi,
Okay.
you...
Yes.
Well, actually everybody on the ship together.
Uh-huh.
See Odophilia followed by Peach go overboard. You are now instantaneously about 120 feet away as you look over your shoulder. How do you respond? Peach has just hit the water and disappeared.
Zal
Shit.
looks at and is like, go?
We're going. Obviously, go.
Okay, so I'm gonna run towards the back of the ship and dive off, casting fly on myself, and just bullet towards them.
I am handing the wheel to. I'm handing the till to Oceanus and being like, "Veer back."
Should I slow it? Or
Yes.
Okay. All hands!
And she's jumping off the end of the boat and swimming.
Oh shit! Okay.
And just
Why
as
are
they
you
do
in the
that,
water? No!
I am gonna reach out again. A little bit of guidance for Demi because
As I run by, just slap my
Yeah.
shoulder.
Got it.
Demi,
Kid,
you can't get in that water. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And she's how far back are they?
they are 120 feet at this moment. The ship is still moving with its momentum, and it's going to take some time to slow down. So as you leave the vessel, it's 120 feet away. It's about 80.
She's casting Dimension Door.
hell yeah.
Oh shit! Okay.
It's 500 feet. She's casting Dimension Door and grabbing Odophilia as soon as she gets there
Okay.
and looking at Peach. You're wearing armor, and then casting Dimension Door again to get back to the ship.
Okay. So you see as like Demi jumps over this.
Like mid-dive, just
This door appears, and Demi goes through the door, and Peach, you see a door open above you, and Demi hit the water next to you. Zal is now this streak tearing through the air towards you of these golden wings. As you hit the water, Demi grabs Odophilia from your
like
hands,
under the arms, just you're wearing armor.
and then swims through a door. Dravosi, as you, again, the ship kind of... a door opens on the deck, and a slew of seawater comes through, washing, like, bits and pieces of wood that were on the deck
Right.
off as Demi walks through with Odophilia in
I'm holding her.
tow.
I'm very small, but she's, I think, solid.
I have no idea if she's hurt, but healing or lay on hands.
You're not going through the door. It's
I'm
one
not going
person.
through the door.
One
Sorry, I
person,
misunderstood.
You're still in the water.
Yeah,
Demi
I'm
took the one person because she knew that you wouldn't go
No,
without.
that's good. Shit, is she okay? You can't hear me? Fuck! Okay,
The minute Demi appears with Odophilia in her arms, Rosie hits her with cure wounds. So, yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll for that.
Oh God, where's my cure wounds? Why can't I find it? Do I not have it? What did this girl stock? Amazing. Okay, I'm gonna hit her with a healing word then at 3rd level. Just to give her a bunch of shit. That is not reading for me. 2, 3, 4, 8 points of healing.
What does this look like?
So Dravosi extends out her hand and speaks in an ununderstandable language, and the words come out like golden light and wrap themselves around Odophilia.
Okay. There is a pause, and then as she coughs up salt water kind of in Demi's arm.
Chris.
You can see all around you there are crew members pulling rigging, attempting to slow the vessel as it is still moving quite quickly. As it begins to kind of... Oceanus is making a call not to angle it around because you'll have to come back about, and he doesn't want to get too close to the ship, which essentially means stopping it without weighing anchor, as he attempts to use the sails to slow the momentum of the vessel. Zal, you're cutting through the air right now. Peach has broken the surface. You're pretty sure you just saw Demi fall out of a hole in reality and then disappear.
Yeah, she yelled at me.
And Zal is coming in for a landing, and as I'm pulling out my Rod of the Pact Keeper and pulling the one charge from it, and that's gotta be, I don't know if we're going in turn order how we're doing this, but that would be my full action to get to Peach, because that's 120, because that's 60 foot per round. And then pulling out the rod and pulling the charge out of it, and then I was just going the two of us.
Okay, so Zal arrives Peach. The others are back on the deck of the ship. So I'm going to go ahead and say, how do you guys perceive the two of you in the water?
Pull the charge, touch, now wings spread out of your back.
I've never flown by myself before. Peach is just like, they've gone from feeling like, I just got yelled at, I'm an idiot, to just excitement.
Peach, as you lift out of the water, the seawater that has been captured within your armor kind of comes with her and just pours out as you lift into the air.
Amazing.
It's like when you step out of a swimming pool and all the water empties out of your
Yeah.
swimsuit. Yeah. It takes a minute as Peach initially is a little slower than Zal as you turn around, they're kind of gaining momentum. The ship, still slowing, is about 400 feet out now.
Peach, 10 minutes. We have to go fast. And
Okay, I'm going.
All is just air Zal in it and just wings.
Naruto run through the air.
As you streak back towards the vessel, you make it without any problem. You're out of the water, and while the wind is a little rough out here, the grasp was really lost when you teleported out of that storm. And within a few minutes, Peach and Zal lit down on the deck next to you. Odophilia is kind of standing now, leaning against him.
How is she? Is she looking okay? Peach is just gonna lay on hands, just put a hand on her shoulder, just in case. How are you doing? You okay? And purple and silver light will just kind of... It's only 5 hit points. But I'll give her that healing.
What happened?
Don't stand by the railing in the middle of a storm. Okay? Yeah, great.
Very wet.
Good job. Yes.
So are
she'll
you.
shape water off of it.
Yeah.
She's just shaping water off of flicking. Just okay. Alright, you'll be okay. It's fine. It's no fun. It's like a really intense belly flop. Yeah.
Oh, Peach will go run into their room and grab a blanket and just...
Wrap her up.
It makes me feel better. I've done the same thing, but less momentum.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's still hurting? Is she still doing this?
She looks like she hit the water pretty hard, and it's not... The magical healing has done her job, or its job, excuse me, from both of you. It's more just sore. Like you can't really. It's like arthritis, right, or whiplash, where you can't really move that ache out of the bones. You now see yourselves kind of making distance on this storm, which continues to sit in that same position. It's been about 5 hours now, working around this storm and combating all of that. As you all stand there, Oceana is still barking orders at members of the crew, making sure you're truly clear of it.
Ophelia, you should go to bed.
Yes, I think I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, it was an
There's-
adventure.
That was very brave and very dumb. But good job.
I'm not sorry.
I know you're not.
Sorry.
Apologizes for not being sorry. Help.
Vicious cycle.
Help.
We-
Sweet bean.
We don't think that was Vjolnir, right? There's no way he would do that.
There's more than one storm giant, I believe. Possible that they're all on edge. He didn't like the pirate princes. Maybe one of them's just angry at boats.
Oh, I look over, and we know a storm giant friend of
Oh,
ours.
yeah, right.
Thank you.
He's in Seaton.
Context.
My bad. Okay.
Did the teleport thing to our ship.
Yes, that was strange. I've seen many things, but nothing like that.
It's the first time we've used it. I'm surprised it went so well.
That was great. We need to do that more often.
No, I don't think we do. I think that's because it can only work once a day, and I don't want to use it in case, another storm tries to. I don't know what that was trying to do. Kill us? Teleport us away?
All I'm saying is, once a day.
Yes.
End of the day.
Oh, yep. Yep.
Well,
All right.
Do you think a storm giant could... They don't talk to a lot of civilization. There's no way that one of the miners told them we have the throne. That wouldn't make sense.
Better than
I don't know. I mean, Mjolnir was really good with magic. It's possible they just saw something dark and magical heading towards them and decided to direct us in another area.
couldn't that just
Anyone
be
who wants to roll an Arcana
storm?
check.
hold on.
Arcana.
18. No. 19.
Oh my
Nat
gosh.
1.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I rolled a
So
2
that's
and I'm pretty sure my Arcana's... Yeah, a 1.
It
A
is
slutty
a-
1.
It is a 12.
Oh my god!
Jeez.
I got a curious 20.
Curious 20. Okay.
I got a
Got a
curious
19.
1.
Peach, you're
19.
like...
Magic
Verbosi,
schmagic.
You're feeling a little bit motion sick, and it's really throwing you off your game there.
God.
After being yeeted out of an extra-dimensional portal of arcane nature. Demi Zal. The familiarity to Oceanus's magic was not so much in
Mjolnir?
Mjolnir. Good God, what is wrong with me? Mjolnir's magic was not so much in regards to the storm element as that deep blue arcana. Those lightning bolts weren't like lightning bolts. It's not necessary, and Demi, you would know this for context, that it was a storm giant that caused them. It's hard to
Okay.
say. I'm just retconning my own uses of atmosphere there because I don't want to mislead you into believing that storm giants are stomping around.
Okay, cool. Possibly just kind of. You saw what it did to the barrel, right? I think it just makes similar blink and you're over there sort of magic.
Could just be Mother Nature trying to reclaim something that.
For a moment, I definitely thought you were talking about your mother.
Oh no!
I started and I was like, please tell me you
Um,
didn't have another fight. I
I-
can't. My ship
Uh,
does not need to be in the middle of your fighting with your
Your-
parental figure.
Mother is capable of things like this?
My mother is Well, you know how you have your wings, and I gave you my. Huh. It's I. My mom possibly is a god. Maybe I don't know. It's a long story. I can explain it tomorrow if you talk more. If that's cool.
Ah, of course. Sounds interesting.
Yes.
Probably a sleep conversation after sleep.
Like if because maybe I'm gonna go, and he just like awkwardly leaves. This is the first time Zal's been.
Peach noticed.
Oh boy.
That was weird. Okay.
Is he all right?
He looked like, which one was that? Ophelia?
Oceana. So
Who's
it's-
that?
I was about to say, go to bed.
I was like, wait,
God.
is he all right? I mean, he was acting kind of like you for a hot second.
Excuse me.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Right. Oh, look. Slab, no, not like that. Hold on, let me show
Can
you. And he
I?
walks off.
Oh, Shauna,
I want to insight those bitches.
which one?
Roll. Who are you insight checking?
Oceanus and Demi.
Oh.
I know what's going on with Saul.
For what?
I've lived a long time.
Do I roll
Or
anything?
what?
What? What is it?
Oh,
roll
they're
anything?
awkwardness together?
Yes.
You're inciting for awkward. Got it.
I'm just, yeah.
Good. It's a low DC.
It's fine. It's a 10.
Okay.
Pretty low DC.
Demi, what's your do you need to roll deception, or do you feel like
I was not deceiving. That is usually how he acts around me.
yeah,
So
that's absolutely correct. They're awkward.
she definitely like took 2 steps after him and was like, I didn't mean it as a. Okay. Oh, all right. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him right now.
Is
Yes?
there interest between you two?
Zol and myself, no.
Peach is just silently doing this.
Yeah, I'm gonna look over at Peach. I wasn't speaking about your friend.
What?
I see. I'm sorry. Perhaps we should go to sleep.
Yes, that would be lovely. Okay,
All right.
cool.
It does. Are you maintaining the watches you were going to maintain for the others for second
Yeah,
and third? Basically,
probably.
second watch has been spent with you navigating this storm at this point. So
Hell
third
yeah.
watch is up.
Get out of my watch.
Hey,
Third
that
watch
would
was
be
me.
Demi. Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Zal's definitely doing like the classic like high schooler like who's too nervous and just has the blanket there and he's like, I'm an idiot.
Oh no.
I'm an idiot.
There's so much awkward in this party. It's amazing.
It's great.
amazing.
It's so great. Okay, I'm gonna awkwardly
Take
roll
my
perception.
long rest.
Okay, roll that perception.
A long rest.
15 plus 5, so questioning 20.
Okay.
I do a long rest on here.
As you're kind of sitting, you could watch the storm disappear behind you. You begin to see as various crew members repair what needs to be repaired, batten down what needs to be battened down, and slowly begin to drift towards bed, leaving you standing at the till. Kind of halfway through your watch, you see Bims sleepily make his way out of your cabin and kind of pad up next to your feet.
Morning. Did you sleep through that whole storm? You did, didn't you? Alright. You want to come up? Yeah, I know. Is Oceanus around?
He has gone back to bed. It is just you right now.
Okay. Are you also going to ask me if there's anything going on?
There is kind of a moment as Bims turns his head and his big blue eyes kind of blinks them. Going on? Into your head.
Bims, I just had a very long night.
Long night.
Are you talking? Or am I tired?
I'm talking?
You couldn't talk before, right? Like, you weren't just being rude and not responding.
What?
I really wish Morton was here.
What rude?
You're not rude. You're not rude. Okay. And we're back to chirping. That's fine.
Chirping.
What? Okay. Well, we'll figure this out eventually. Maybe.
Maybe.
Wish I could ask Ashi. You like Ashi, don't you? Hmm. Alright. Let's go see what everyone else is doing. I need somebody to take this till from me. And she'll look for somebody to take that.
Kind of flits down, scatters across. You see as Pigpen kind of comes walking out from the below deck section where the cabin.
Good morning. You mind taking this?
Yep. Don't mind.
Wonderful. Thank you. And she'll follow her dragon.
Just kind of makes an extra loop around the mast and then back down into your cabin. All right. That was a very eventful night, but you do find yourselves rousing later in the morning than usual to the sound of waves, a clear sky. The coast has been brought in closer once again. You can see the shoreline a ways off, but visible as you head into your second day. Anything in particular you'd like to do? Oceanus informs you you're about a day and a night, maybe a little bit of the morning, away from making Tyrant's Landing. So this is your last full day on your own vessel.
Peach will make breakfast, and when they give Demi her portion, will just say, "I'm sorry for not waking you up first."
It was fine. It is true. He does do literally everything. I'm just a pretty face. That's literally what we discussed.
I don't remember discussing that, Captain.
No, not okay. Not with. It's fine. Fine.
Oceanus, I made kippers!
Amazing.
My favorite. You hear from, like, a story up on the main deck.
It was such a tired my favorite.
Long night for all of you.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I'd like to check on Otophilia, too, at some point.
Sure. She's okay. A little shocked with herself and feeling like she's been like, oh, don't stand next to the banisters during storms, dummied, which is valid. But she's like, she's taking a little personally because she was starting to get her sea legs and she's kind of being a little more shy than normal, a little less assertive. She's been humbled slightly. Hey. How are you?
Hey,
That was
I'm
weird.
doing well. We've never done that before. And maybe next time we'll have, I don't know, a warning word or something. Like a...
What happened? I remember falling over the railing, and as I fell, I kind of rotated and I looked up, and I swear I saw your face, and then everything went black.
Ooh.
Did you
Well,
jump in after me?
yeah. The reason it happened because we teleported. So I think next time around we'll have.
We can teleport?
We apparently can, because we did. Demi did it, and she got us exactly where we needed to go, just very fast. Which now we know. We didn't know.
Wow. Alright. Okay.
I'm really glad you're okay. I'm going to make lifelines today, if that's something you'd like to help me with.
I would love that. I don't know how to do it, but
I'm gonna ask Oceanus how to do things and then do them to the best of my ability.
good way of doing that. Alright. Let's go. You spend the day making lifelines. Oceana says, Zal, you can show them how to do that, right?
What? Yep, I guess I can. Yep, definitely. Yep, I don't.
Demi will walk up behind Zal. Do you
Hi!
do you know what that is?
Nope, not at all.
Do you... I'm assuming she knows how.
You absolutely know how to make a lifeline.
Do you want me to show you and then you can show them and pretend that you knew how?
Yeah, that'd be really nice, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you.
So she'll show Zal in secret, and then
Okay.
I need
Oh,
him to
give me-
just 1 second. Something
Okay.
wrong with my door.
Yeah.
And she'll show him how, and
Okay, cool.
then send him back.
Oh, it's that easy? Really? Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
great.
really, it's that. Yep.
Oh, yep, I'll get on that right away, Captain.
Thank
Did you
you.
convince her to make a BIM store?
No, she
No.
didn't want to again. But here's how we make a lifeline. And
touch
he
us
shows
off,
you
yeah.
using the exact same words Demi did, and like doing it like literally, like beat for beat, exactly how Demi just taught him a second ago. But that's how. Yep, it's life, play, string, line.
Life string.
She
Right.
will at some point while they're all doing this, walk up to Oceanus. Did you know he couldn't do that? Did you know?
I thought I had shown him, but sometimes I forget. There's a lot. He's learned something. He does.
Mm-hmm. Just curious if you knew.
I will keep that in mind. He was honestly.
knows
he's been
now.
Doing a
I
pretty good
showed him.
job. I just assumed. That's on me.
Yep, that's a life right
It's
there
fine,
in
I
that line.
I showed him how to.
It's weird because like he knows how to tar and patch the bottom of the vessel while we're moving, which is pretty complicated. But he also doesn't know how to make a lifeline. So there's like these big holes in his
Yeah.
knowledge.
So we'll just do like the Prusik knot safety checks around each other's waist while they're doing that. We're like, all right, so you this way, and now it's
Yeah.
around your waist and it's around that mast, so you cannot fall off again.
Yeah, exactly.
anybody
That's what they're
I
made
think
for.
I learned this when I was like 11.
Yeah,
It's very cute.
it's honestly
exactly
a good
what-
idea. I don't know why. Actually, that's on me.
No, it's fine. It's okay.
And also, Peach, if you didn't know, the lifeline
They can.
is the only thing
breathe
that can
underwater.
heal you in the water.
Heal you?
Oh no.
Yep, because it's a lifeline. It gives you life.
Should we tell
Oh,
them
no.
that he's wrong?
Zol, you're gonna
Yeah?
need to fix my door again if you keep talking.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I fixed it. It's
No.
working fine.
No.
I know it is. I'm really good at fixing doors.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You should
Yeah.
go. It doesn't even squeak anymore.
Okay. Great.
You want that Bim's door in there?
No.
Okay, well, then your door's fine.
Mm,
It'll be alright. It'll be fine.
yeah. No, I think Peach is smarter than that. They probably already know that that does not heal them.
Probably.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
At some point during all of this feral energy happening, Zal is going to, whenever he sees Dravosa, he's going to. Would you, Sorry, I'm very awkward around you if you can't tell, because there's a lot of things I have questions about, and if you have time or if you want to chat later in private, I would very much enjoy that. If you don't, I understand, and
Of course.
yeah,
How about tonight?
great, that sounds perfect. And he kind of awkwardly just kind of, yep, I'm gonna go back to doing my job, and keeps working, and lifelines, yep.
Oh boy.
Oceanus has been watching this from up on the thing, and he turns to Demi and goes, "Are we that bad?"
Oh, what do you mean? Zol?
Never mind.
No, what did you mean?
Nothing. No.
No, what did you mean?
I think Slab's calling me again.
No, I mean, it's not. She grabs him. She just grabs the back of his shirt. What did you mean?
We talk to each other like they do, or at least he does.
The rambling.
It's painful, a little
They
bit.
connect. I mean, it's, well, maybe to watch. Maybe, yeah.
Are we that bad?
I don't. Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Might be worse.
What?
You know.
Worse.
Well, it's only one-sided in that situation. I think we're both that bad.
Oh. Yes.
She lets go of his shirt. Did you actually need to go somewhere?
No.
Okay, well, I'll walk away since this has been
It's better when
extremely
you
awkward.
do it. You're better at it.
Better at walking away.
Yes. Oh, that sounds.
The most roundabout
you-
confession.
Did you? Okay. Okay. She's gonna walk away.
Bye.
Bye.
Did
hate it
Oceanus
when
just
you
say
leave,
he
but I
likes to watch her walk away?
Definitely did, and she sways her hips just a little bit more as she does it.
Oh!
Just now she's aware.
Holy
Oh
shit.
boy.
Holy ship.
Holy shit.
Okay. Dravosi.
So, yes. I'm gonna switch the tone up a little bit and do something that y'all have made incrementally worse. I'm just going to let you know. She goes down into her quarters and retrieves Thanruel from his cage.
The bird?
Yes.
Okay.
And she holds him in her hands for several minutes, listening to him sing, petting down his back, and then whispers a soft apology to him and sacrifices him and casts divination.
Whoop.
What does that look like?
It is here. It's normally performed on her table, but here it's done on the floor of her cabin. And the incense is laid out in a circle around it, and as the incense burns, she'll take the pad of her finger and etch out certain runes as it burns in the ash. And then, after a few moments, she will kill Thanruel and wait.
And what is the question of your divination?
Is the transport of this item a worthy action? Will it disturb peace? And she is reaching out to Rao.
It's round.
Mhm.
Your last vision from Ouijas used the very blood itself to convey its meaning to you. Rao is a different sort of deity. He doesn't convey images in the blood or lift it before your face. The incense, the runes, begin to radiate slightly, and the droplets of blood begin to pool and then run in streaks across this wooden surface of the deck, hitting the runes and absorbing into them as they glow further and further as the transaction in the divination is completed. And there is that moment where it feels like a ton of knowledge is literally dropped into your skull. Your eyes suddenly go from just a golden hue to glowing a light as you pull back slightly, opening this radiant light manifesting outwards around you, filling the space, the room, radiating out from your eyes. The answers that come back are far more muddled than you would hope. The deluge of information roaring through your skull is almost unnavigable. You've experienced this before, and it is something that the monks of your temple trained you in, but it is almost overwhelming as you claw, looking for the specific meanings that you need. And you find this question to be particularly difficult for Rao to answer, as potentialities and pathways to failure and success begin to float to the surface. As quickly as it comes, the information, the knowledge, the context that came with those answers parts. This isn't information that remains, it isn't information that you own. The context is left, the feeling of assurance, but they're not the answers that you really felt you needed.
And I will take a scrap of cloth from my pack and wrap Fenrir up in it. And clean up the incense from my divination.
As you touch the incense itself, there is a slight heat to it even after you let it subside, as you feel the energy kind of suffice from it dissipate. But eventually, the remnants of your ritual are gone. There's a lingering feeling that you are near answers, or at least a step in the right direction to answers.
I trust you. And she will leave her quarters and rejoin the whole of the ship. The main deck.
Okay. It's the evening now. Dravosi returns, coming out from her quarters.
Zal,
Yes. Hi.
I believe you wanted to have a conversation?
Yes, that would be lovely. Where would you prefer to have? We could. I don't know. I have
Your
a chair.
quarters or mine is completely fine.
I have a chair and things. We can go to my room.
Perfect.
Can I roll to see this?
Yeah.
Can I please?
I mean, where's it
Same.
happening?
Please, let
Where-
me see.
where's this
I mean, we're on the
conversation?
main deck.
You're
on the main deck, right?
Okay.
Cool.
Well,
Uh,
got us 13.
16? Perception? Perception, right?
Yes.
16?
You guys aren't trying to like really blatantly hide it, right? I'm just gonna set a DC for
I'm
you.
actually
12.
I'm invisible and I cast invisibility on everybody else. And
I know,
cast
you see nothing.
I cast Cone of Silence and Cone of Shame. So
Oh, shame! The shame. When you look upon it, you feel
Shameful.
shame.
Mhm.
Okay. You do notice this. Dravosi, what's your passive perception?
I believe it is 18. Yes.
As you cross the deck, following Zal towards his quarters, that looming presence beneath you, 2 decks below, weighs.
I think my steps stutter for a moment, and then I continue.
Perfect.
Is everything alright? So
Of course.
okay. So Zal, down the stairs, opens the door. It's just not a huge room, but it's a nice room. There's a rusted scimitar on the wall, which I still haven't taken down yet. I just thought about that.
Yours or
Yes, I've only used it once, but it was from a past thing that we did. Anyway, so I clearly we are quite similar in the sense of abilities. And I think I do owe you an explanation in a sense of what everybody was referencing with my. Clearly, and I think this is the first time you probably would have noticed, but you might have caught hint of it. But he takes off his jacket, and you can see around the back of his shirt he has he has scales wrapping around. I'm not human, and I was an orphan, and a celestial being came to me as a child and explained that they were, well, in a sense, my mother, and they were going to take me under their wing. That's where I get my abilities from. And I can tell yours are clearly different with the actual wings.
yes. Is this information that your party would be interested in, or is it all right that I'm just saying it to you?
I don't know if they would be interested. It's more, I guess, personal in the sense of it's more of a connection between us, but again, your choice. I don't want to seem. I'm
It's all right.
Yep. Okay.
Dravosi is the best.
I'm sorry. I'm usually much better with people, but for some reason you are just something else, and it confuses me in a sense, and I'm rambling again, and I'm saying way too much. Great.
There is a reason I tend to hide my heritage.
Why? Wait, your heritage? Are you actually like an angel?
To my knowledge.
That's amazing. Why would you want to hide something like that?
I have walked this earth for many years. In my experience, helping others combined with a celestial presence leads to a kind of deification I am not interested in.
Trust me when I say I understand that on a way too big of a level. But you mentioned things like studies and relics. And he reaches in his jacket and brings out the broken piece of the Ostis anchor.
Oh.
And would you want to take a look at this, possibly?
Yes, please.
And he hands it to her.
All right, I'm gonna take a look at this Ostis anchor.
Investigation for me. Actually, I want a history check and an investigation check.
Oh, history and
And I
investigation.
have
My
questions
investigation
for
is
you.
awesome. My history's good. Questions for me or questions for Zal?
I do have questions for you too in regards to context you
Oh.
might have. We'll see.
Okay, history's first. That was a dirty 20. And
Finally, a character that can't fail history checks for me.
investigation is an 18.
18. Okay. The item that has been handed to you is about 2 feet long. It is what appears to be quartz, however, you are very familiar with magical items and relics. What often appears to be a type of stone is something else entirely. It is a white quartz rod, however, these long, smoky streaks run its length. The white is bright and vibrant. The dark, smoky streaks are dark. They seem to almost pull the light into them. The words Ostis Anchor are what he called this thing. To you, it is clearly magical and old. Given your history, you have very little context about your lineage. What would you know of the orders, if anything at all, of the Celestial Plane?
I think that there was a point in Dravosi's life after she left where she attempted to learn more about the orders in order to discover more about herself. I don't think she was successful, but...
So you have some research on...
Mm-hmm.
But this Ostasenka was given to me by my mother, who also has said her name is Sophia, but on some level I don't think that's actually what she went by. And well, she is chained to this dimension, or to this reality, or something along those lines, and this is part of its key. And
She wishes to be freed?
yes, that's, I think, my purpose. But, purpose is up in the air 99% of the time. And another godly-like creature, which recently found out was the Yuan-Ti god, is the one that trapped her. A large, four-armed snake man of a thing.
DM, would I have recognized the lineage of Zal here as being partly Yuan-Ti?
You would, after, I think Zal straight up said he's you.
I did say
Yeah.
I was Yuan-Ti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
okay,
know
okay.
of the Yuan-Ti. Their gods are obscure, vague,
Right.
not part of any primary pantheons. The Celestials, on the other hand, and you do have this context to share with Zal if you so speak, are a massive population. It's not simply deific. There are many, many different ranks and files of Celestials, akin to the many, many different types of devils and demons within the Nine Hells and the Abyss. Knowing and pinning down the specific individual who has been trapped on this is beyond the context you would have. But for them to be trapped like this implies importance.
Right. Well, I can say that your mother, well, for context, Celestials live in ranks. Some are more powerful than others, some are weaker than others.
Okay.
For your mother to be trapped with an item such as this implies importance.
It's a little terrifying to know. But
Do you know why she was trapped?
no. All I know is that she's trapped and that's the key. And for some reason I'm intertwined with that. She's very, how do I put this? Secretive?
Of course.
Crafty? Strange? I'm rambling again.
Celestials tend to be that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Why is that? Have you figured that out yet?
Things become so much clearer and yet so much more complicated the longer that you live. It becomes more difficult to explain that to others as you age.
Well, that's the part of the story and why I think honestly one of the reasons why I ramble a lot around you, because you are the first godly person, the celestial person that I've met in. I'm doing the thing, but you're godly, and it's surprises and it's strange, and also you're also
I have
really
no power of a god.
well. You literally grew wings yesterday and glided like there was no tomorrow. So I could have disagree with you there, but sorry, this is strange. You are. You're also very pretty, and that's also a factor. I'm not going to lie.
I chuckle a little and hand back the Ostis anchor.
And he kind of spins it and slides it back into his coat pocket.
I understand your experience to a point.
Really?
So does my cat.
You have that familiar too? Oshi!
You want to say hello? I am unfamiliar with my heritage. It was something that for a long time kept me from achieving peace. It is not anymore.
Wow.
You will find your purpose.
I'm glad that you are so sure. Because as of late, it's been harder and harder to figure out what that is, especially with, he kind of nods towards like the hall and is nodding towards clearly the throne.
Yes, that does complicate things, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, very much so. But I genuinely have to say I am happy that you are with us. And I hope that we get to know each other better. Not like that. Oh god, I'm really sorry. That sounded.
May I ask you a question?
Of course.
What is on the subject of purpose? The purpose of your party? What do you hope to achieve in this world?
Well, when we first came together, I didn't know chaos kind of reigned. Well, it was mainly me causing the chaos, but that's... But as we've come together and bonded and created this little family, I think our purpose is peace. We just want to fix things. We don't want people to hurt. Each of us come from very different places and very different backgrounds, but we just want people's lives to be okay. And from what I've seen from each of these people, they're willing to sacrifice almost anything for that peace. And I think that's our goal.
It's a worthy one. I think I may have some information that your party may be interested in learning.
Really?
All of you.
Well, we should probably head out and talk to them then, yes?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you for not thinking that I'm an absolute idiot. It's pretty nice. Well,
You're not.
oh, thank you. And he kind of smiles. He's not going to put his jacket back on.
And we will head on out.
While they were gone,
Oh no.
she definitely. So if we all saw them go in there after like a couple of minutes, I was just like, "So what do you think? How do you think that's going?" Like to either Peach or Oceanus, whoever is standing around. So how do we think that's going? Do we think he's still tripping over words? Yes. I'm good. I
I
wasn't
don't
the
think
only
it's
one.
gonna. I don't think it's gonna stop if he started. I think that's where he lives now.
You're
They've been
doing
in there for a while.
Yeah, I did it.
Do you think she's pretty too? Is this gonna be?
She's very pretty, but I'm not. No.
It was a joke. It's okay. Plus, we all saw the girl you jumped off the boat for, so
I would jump off the boat for any of you.
yeah,
I'm pretty
I
sure
know.
you have for some reason.
Who else did you know? No, did you? Did you jump off the boat for someone
I
else?
do a lot of dumb things. I'm not sure.
It was very brave, though.
I'm not dumb, Peach.
It wasn't. You're not. Sometimes your kindness just negates your remembering that you have a hard time swimming in armor.
But I have this thing. It's fine.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. I really hope he isn't just still trying to get that first sentence out.
He's a good talker.
Oh boy.
Usually, yes. That's why I'm surprised. It was fine with
Well,
Mac.
Yeah, but Mac didn't sprout wings and have eyes that are the same color as his.
You definitely think it's the wings thing, right?
I
It
think
happened
that
like
helped a lot.
almost immediately.
Yeah, his jaw went.
Yeah. Well, that might be.
Well,
That might be a little unfortunate placed, but yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Definitely think it's the wings thing. I hope they come back up soon. Or maybe I don't. Which one do we hope for?
Door
Because like
swings
they
open.
do.
and then they do. Oh look!
Right.
We weren't listening.
What? Oceanus,
Oceanus,
please.
we
please.
weren't though.
We weren't.
Zal is definitely just
Saying
doing
that
the
makes it sound like we
bullshit.
were.
It makes
Right.
it sound so much worse. No, you can't just say things and get us in trouble and walk away.
I can, bye.
So, how much of that were you listening to?
Actually, none. Legitimately,
I believe
none.
I
Thank you.
panicked, it's true.
fucking high passive insight. I'm not lying.
You're just hiding behind the wheel.
No!
That's where he goes when he gets
Hiding behind the wheel.
flustered, I
It's my
think.
safe spot.
Ah.
It's Oceanus' safe space.
Great. No, we were talking about celestial stuff.
Told you it was the wings.
Mhm.
We're right here.
And I have
Wings.
said before, we constantly have conversations about each other in front of each other. It's
Very
just a thing.
It is.
So anyway, wings. You guys have a wonderful bonding moment over wings. Is your mother also an angel?
I'm sure she is. I have something to speak to you all about.
Yep. That's why we're back.
Okay.
The sun has set at this point. There is a lamplight from various positions across the deck, illuminating the space around you.
Perhaps. Is this a place where privacy can be trusted?
Captain's quarters is a little bigger, so, we can go there. Oceanus, we're talking.
Am I coming with?
Don't.
Was...
Oh, no. Well, no.
Got it.
No, that was a...
Oh,
Man the ship.
got it.
Peach is gonna lean into Demi, be like, the thing with the stuttering.
Yeah?
You do it.
Yes, your mother already told me. Okay, and she's going.
She always knows things first.
Amazing.
Right.
She's definitely walking off mumbling something
Captain's
about it's his
quarters.
fault for not wearing a shirt all the time. Like, she's just mumbling to herself.
It's all 100% is doing that shit eating. Mm-hmm.
I've known mine for a while, but okay. And she's walking.
Love this party.
My.
You have something
Same.
to tell us?
Yes, I think once we arrive in the captain's quarters, I sit down, place my hands together, take a breath, and I say, the inscription found at the bottom of the mines. A
A
god
god was lost.
and he who sought to be a god found. I may have understood that a little more than I previously intimated. I am blessed with knowledge from certain gods, mostly my own, but sometimes others. Are any of you familiar with the god of death?
Which one?
Ouijas?
Am I?
Am
Roll
I?
a religion check for me, anybody.
Great at
Just
religion.
imagine Peach is a no
Not
on that
great.
one. Nope.
17?
Um,
Surprisingly okay.
What did I get? Resolve. You said religion. Oh yeah, 14.
Okay. Peach, what was yours?
5. Peach never knows anything.
Demi, you
Aw.
would, sorry, Demi, you
No,
would
it's
know.
good.
Ouijas is the greater deity of death.
Only mildly concerned why you're asking us that.
When people hear of gods such as the god of death, they think terrible things. But such gods are created in order to preserve balance and peace.
Created?
There is
Sorry. Continue.
There is a lesser god who serves Ouijas, Aragal, scribe keeper of the dead. He has been killed.
How do you...
As I said, I am blessed with knowledge from the gods. This
Right.
was told to me by Ouijas, and I have reason to believe from this same knowledge that whatever is responsible for Aragal's death is attempting the same on Ouijas. And whatever powerful thing is coming after him, I receive the same sense from what is currently resting in your hole.
Are you implying that throne could kill a god?
I'm implying that whatever sat in that throne may be attempting to.
Or whatever sat in that throne was the
This just
beginning.
got so much
Oh my
It
God.
makes sense if the inscription said he who sought to replace him, right? It could be the same person trying to seek to replace the god of death? Is that what you're saying?
Place
Become the new?
Become... completely destroy? That I do not know.
So,
I received this vision less than an hour before Monastrad came to me speaking of you.
Was the vision of the scribe dying or something else?
In a manner.
Let me rephrase. What was the vision of?
Such things have symbols. Aragal's symbol is that of a skull with a scroll in its mouth. I witnessed a hand reach up, grasp the skull, and destroy it. And then the form of Ouijas appeared, and the same jet black hand with a scarlet triangle reached for it, but was so far unsuccessful.
Perfect.
no.
Wonderful. Perfect.
Peach is gonna pull out the fabric triangle that Demi gave them a while back.
Pulling out the
That
journal.
was Scaren's. Yeah, it's in the journal too, but there's the fabric. The red
Yeah.
triangle.
there's
He's
one
pulling
that I
out the
gave.
journal too.
With the
Like that was
indication.
they all go
Gotcha.
to do the.
Yeah.
They present
Did it
you
look like
with a journal and a red badge with a scarlet triangle.
Like that.
Who is
Father.
that from?
Father of discipline,
The s-
wasn't it? Or
the
was it-
father-
Scarlet Brotherhood?
Obedience,
Obedience.
the Scarlet Brotherhood. It's exactly who we thought was causing problems in the capital. They can
They-
kill a god.
Or they want to.
No, they already
They want to
did.
become gods? They probably want to become gods.
Aragal is dead.
They killed a god.
God.
I don't. We.
I
Have
trust
you heard of
with
something-
this because I trust you to bring peace to this world.
We were certainly trying.
Have you ever heard of something called the Kingdom of Purity? No,
No.
it's just a hopeful.
Is it connected?
I feel like it might be.
How long were you in Saltmarsh for?
About 5 years.
Did you ever meet a man named Garen?
Scaran Wave Chaser. Butler to Master Solomor.
You would know Solomor.
Skykeeper.
There was an older
Okay.
man who would scurry around behind him. Solomor was one of the lead figures, is one of the lead figures on the council.
I know of Solomor, but not of Scaran.
Old man,
I
didn't do a lot.
did not
Kind.
seek to know many in Saltmarsh.
Yeah, neither did we. So, Scaran, so very. Did you hear about the murders? The Prime Water murder.
You would have heard of that.
Of
Um,
course.
However, the perpetrator was kept fairly
Right.
within
I'm sure.
the council.
Mm-hmm.
So, Odophilia, the girl that fell off the boat, that was her father. And Scarin, working for the Scarlet Brotherhood, was the one that did that. Almost did the same thing to Odophilia in his attempt to escape. He has since then threatened Peach's mother in an attempt to make us stay out of his business.
I'm deeply sorry.
I'm starting to think there's no way to keep away from being in their business.
No.
I believe they intend to make the world their business.
Well,
We have to
somehow-
find out who the father of obedience is.
And who the spider is. Oh, that's actually very important. I managed to decode this book of, and one of the things that we found out was that they are trying to make the king do what they want, and that the spider weaves her web in Neildraw. So we have a feeling that we are heading into a big ol' trap with whoever wants this throne.
I wish dumping it off the boat would solve everything, but we just saw a storm reach into the waves.
Yes, abandoning it may not be a wise move. Well, unfortunate as it may be, you all have a great gift. Something that they desperately want.
They can't have it.
Of course not.
I want it off my boat.
I want
Yeah.
it gone.
We all have people
just
we
from the boat.
care about, and I have a feeling it's going to get very hard to protect everyone all the time.
Its destruction should certainly be a worthy goal. But for now, organizations like this tend to stay in the woodwork until something draws them out. And I believe you have something to draw them out.
A big throne and a court appearance. Yeah.
Are you suggesting that we set a counter trap?
What if we just put Scarrett in front of it and push him on?
I would do it.
I would
That
do it
might
too.
be-
Listen, Peach and I fly, we pick him up and just drop him to sit down.
I could drop him and Peach could hit it. Sorry. There's
If
a lot.
Scarin were our only enemy, that would be a very fun plan.
Yeah. Would.
Clearly
I
the
also
brother.
don't know if everyone who sits in it will turn.
That's good.
It would be a very unfortunate circumstance if it was only good people.
Our other friend, who isn't here yet, he was able to tell us that there are multiple types of magic
Yes,
emanating from it.
very many.
So it's very possible that it does different things for different people, which is terrifying. But do you mind if I ask, what do you suggest we do for the god of... Can the god of death even die? Because doesn't he technically... I'm doing the thing again.
Any god can die. Not in the same way that we do. But essentially, they become something less.
Oh. Interesting.
Are there consequences for the scribe of the god of death dying? Is death different in any way now?
I am unsure of the exact consequences. However, my worst fear is that Aragal is the one responsible for ushering souls to the afterlife. Without his existence, I am unsure as to where those souls may go.
Oh, that's fun.
Well, if I wasn't afraid of dying before.
I don't know. Maybe it'd be easy to bring you that.
No.
Never mind.
No,
I said it. And I regretted it. I regretted it. I didn't finish it. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm the type to say things and then regret them a second later.
We've all done it. It's fine.
Ah,
I mean, not to be that guy, but we do kind of have a god on our side if we can free her.
Well,
And we have two, actually.
I
He's pointing towards the crest, the star.
and I'm not entirely sure how powerful the Feywilds are, but I mean, there's Morton's connections. But again, I don't. Gods are out of my element. Those are for stories.
Well, stories is your element, so
Yes.
perfect.
I don't exactly know where my magic comes from, so
Oh,
it's not really a defined thing for mine.
But
But
that's
magic
even-
comes from many places.
yes,
but that's even better, because you don't rely on a god for your magic. And clearly they can be
what?
killed. You don't rely on a god to gain your magic.
I know what you mean. I
You're
wonder
a-
if there are any, like, people that were connected to that god. I wonder what happened to them.
Worshippers, you mean?
Worshippers, followers, again, Bard. I don't, with the magic and the religion thing, not really my thing, but,
You wonder
You
if
know,
people
we-
lost their magic.
Yeah.
Because the scribe is gone.
I wonder if they just poof and no more. You know, I mean, I feel like, I apologize for this analogy, Peach, but if Peach just suddenly stopped following Sodaway, I don't believe they'd be able to just heal anymore.
Oathbreaker! No, just kidding.
For my
God, those
reference.
They did
eagles
not
are
say
the
that.
worst.
I'm unsure if Aragol had any true followers, as he was a servant of Ouijas, but I do know a priest of Ouijas in Neildra.
Oh, that's clearly where we have to go.
He may be able to help.
Wow, this is fun.
I am
Yeah.
sorry.
I
For all
don't
of
know
this.
why you're saying
You don't need
sorry.
to apologize.
You don't need to apologize. You're,
Unless you were the
like-
one that did it, but I don't think you would tell. I'm sorry, I'm doing
Thank
As
you
I
for
said,
telling
I
us.
do not
Yeah,
have godly
thank you.
power.
thank you
course,
for
thank
being
you.
honest. And also you're, like the seventh person to pull us into things that we're definitely not prepared for, most of which are ourselves. So, totally fine.
I think
Uh,
you were pulled into this just as much as we were.
It's how we make friends at this point.
Maybe it is.
I go where my god leads.
Wonderful. Sometimes I feel like I should just pray to all of them sometimes and be like, thanks for getting my friends, powers.
It's following a god does provide help and comfort in certain times, but if I have learned anything, it is that however you find peace is what is necessary in this world.
So, plan. Get on the ferry, get to Neildra, find the priest, and figure out what to do from there.
Mm-hmm. And if we happen to run late on our schedule for when to deliver that, we got attacked by a sentient possible storm. So, cool.
I could possibly attempt to have my friend meet us before we reach Neildra, if that would help.
We are about to be at Tyrant's Landing. So,
And then we're there for. Well, we're on a boat for 9 days after that, correct?
7? I
7,
think it's
9.
2 here and 9. Okay.
Oh yeah, I think it's
2,
9 on the large. Hold on, I'll tell you. 1 second. Boo, distances.
Distances.
And it's completely possible
7.
that Morton might have an idea.
Parker
Okay,
listens very
7.
well. Good kid, Mike.
Morton might have an idea then.
You mentioned this friend much. I'm interested in meeting him.
He's wonderful and very, very important.
He'll be here at some point.
And he has faith.
Yes.
So. Well, this puts a time limit on my dilemma. I understand why Mother's been so antsy now.
You think they're killing a lot of gods?
He could be targeting a lot of gods. She's worried that she's literally stuck in one location.
Hmm.
Like,
That's
you know,
true.
remember the statue? She's literally chained down by celestial bonds. So there's a possibility that she kind of has a big target painted.
It's completely possible.
So,
All right, guys.
and also we did oppose what they were saying. So
Any other major conversations? Any other details you want to review?
Not from me.
Nope.
As the evening comes to a close and you all head to bed for your last night on Falling Star, we're going to close it here. And we do have some fan art, so I know we're coming off of some very serious roleplay here, but let's switch over to some
I wanna
fan art.
see it.
Yeah,
Fan art.
let's do it. Okay, guys, we're going over to our wonderful fan art slide. Thanks for sticking with us. Holy shit, what a session. Thank you, Sarah, for being amazing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It was so
We'll give you one more
I
chance in a
love
minute. We're going to do fan art first, and then you can yell at all these people. And
Yeah.
and we'll talk about next week with you after the show. But first off, guys, give us a second while we pull up some fan art.
fan art. You about to have them
Fan
artists
art.
in
Right.
the show.
So the first
that.
one is by our legendary fan and friend and DM and awesome guy. I said dumb things. Tanner Mythalidor, the amazing.
Mythalidor, the amazing.
This is an ongoing series, right? He's done Ashi
Yeah.
and Bim's
It
already.
is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's Tanner's Halloween series of all of our many pets.
Oh my
I
God, that's
want-
amazing.
Oh,
Honestly, I'm
Leonard.
considering printing these all out and doing this to pumpkins this year.
I have the line art from him. I'm making a bim.
Solid. Can you
Boris
send
is
me?
my
Amazing.
favorite. I might do that.
So cute. And then we've got Gerard as well.
I love Gerard.
Kitty.
I
love
so
him.
cool.
Look at that kitty cat.
And then
That looks like it's almost like a
Good.
summon.
It's
It's like they're just like because it's
Yeah.
so like
Outline.
simplistically perfect. You know what I mean? Like it looks like it's almost like a summoning thing.
it's stylized. Like it's very
Yeah.
stylized. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
This is hard
So
too
cute.
to do. Well done.
Oh yeah.
Amazing.
And then our last one is our gift to Sarah for joining us. So
Yeah.
this is by our
Aunt.
group artist, Rue, who's
God,
amazing.
it's so beautiful.
Rue's art is so good.
I
Can't wait to see her next to
Amazing.
everybody.
Oh,
Ah.
amazing.
Can't wait.
What?
Bravo, see.
Okay. And I think that's everything this week, so we'll swing on back to the main quad. Okay. All right, here we go. So, now, Sarah, tell all these wonderful people where they can find you.
Everywhere. It's Sarah is Coffee. It's Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Everywhere. It's that. Thinking about
Oh.
maybe changing it to Sarah is Sean. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh,
about
man.
Sean
Damn
Coffee?
There is Sean.
He's gonna
What about Sean is coffee?
Sean
Ooh, I should get him to
Sean is
change.
Coffee.
Yeah.
Love it.
There you go.
Love it.
Thank you all for sticking with us through this. You're all amazing. Join us next week for episode 28. It's been 28 episodes,
Wow.
guys.
28.
That's crazy.
Oh goodness.
Holy
28. 7 months.
You guys-
7 months.
That's insane. All right.
That is really crazy.
We will see you all very soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.